Morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. I am your humble host, Mr. David Null, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers. I greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite creator. And I'm trying to find the stand for the cell phone. I've had such hard times trying to do a live stream with Yahoo. With Yahoo, with YouTube. There, that should be right. So, this is actually Wednesday now. Am I upside down or sideways? Or it's supposed to be correct. Am I sideways? But so anyway, hey Scotty boy, I'm good. It looks right side up. It looks correct. Okay. Other people have the same issue with trying to get the the thing locked in one place or another. But so anyway, it has been a while since I talked to y'all, and what I've learned in the last 2 weeks, I had to go down to Florida and drive back and forth from Old Town um, to Dade City and back a couple of times. But I now have a what looks like a brand new Jeep Cherokee. I mean, it is in excellent shape. Um, as you know, my brother passed away about 2 months ago now, and he left my sister his car, Jeep, and my sister doesn't want it. She's got her own van, and I rode in it, and I can see why she likes it. Easy to get in and out. So, hey, Susie Q. So, but I now have a new, um, I now have it's a 2014, but it is cherry on the inside. It's cherry on the outside. I will take some pictures later on. I was going to do a live stream of my new vehicle. Um, it cost me $637 to get the title and everything and pay the tax here in Georgia. Okay. So I got me a brand new vehicle for me. And it was my brother's. So there is that. But it's everything in it is electronic. I swore to God I would never own a push button vehicle. Guess what? It's a push button vehicle. Oh my God, everything is push button. I still haven't figured out how to adjust the dead-gum mirror. I'm driving home from my sister's, brand new in the vehicle, right? And I see this thing on the mirror, right? And I'm driving and I'm trying to pay attention. Don't want to get pulled over because even though I got insurance on the vehicle, I'm driving with a dead person's tag. And in the state of Florida, the tag goes with the owner, not the car. So the owner is in ashes in the vet cemetery, veterans cemetery. That sounded weird. Pet cemetery. No, 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 no. But so I'm like driving along and I'm like, oh, Jesus, I'm going to get pulled over with a dead man's tag. I got my sister's title and I'm the driver. Holy crap. But I do have insurance, right? So anyway, I'm thinking about these things and I'm looking on the damn mirror trying to adjust it. And I see this little red thing. Now I can't read it. I don't have my glasses on because the glasses are only for close up. And I hit this button. 911, how may I help you? I about shit a gold brick. Do you hear me? Oh my God. 911, how may I help you? And I was like, no, 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 no. Do you wish to cancel this? Yes, 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 yes. Holy crap. I had to pull over for a couple of minutes. It like just, well, it did scare me to death. I had no idea there was a 911 call on the dadgum rear view mirror. You know what I'm saying? Almost. I almost, Scotty. There's the stuff that goes with the Jeep. I don't think that my brother he wasn't into getting text and all that kind of stuff in the car. He wasn't. Or pairing his pairing his device to the car. So hey Richard, how are you? God bless y'all. And so what I got now is that I've been reading the book and reading the book and pushing buttons and everything. I still haven't figured out how to do the dang rear view mirror, but it's all disastrous. I tell you, it's all disastrous. The subject for this morning's discussion, topic for discussion, and I have this has been bugging me for a while now. But now that the tariff thing and all this other kind of stuff is going on, and people are just freaking the mess out. And yeah, I will, Chloe. I've been sick. I just got back. I've been trying to do I mean, I have been really sick. I have been coughing up this nasty stuff. Good Lord have mercy. I mean, nasty out of my lungs. And my chest hurts from coughing so much. I had a throat lozenge to try to keep it down. So if I start coughing, oh, Alex is in the room. Hey, buddy. But so anyway, that everything is a disaster, you know. And I look in the news. Oh, a disastrous, stock market crash. Disastrous plans by Trump. Disastrous plans by, Hoochie Coochie. Disastrous plans by God Almighty. Everything is disastrous. And I'm like, okay, it's a little rough, but is it disastrous? Wait until it gets disastrous. Like, when the hurricane came through and knocked out all those homes and everything, that was disastrous. People being pissed off because Trump did something is not a disaster. You know, disastrous this, disastrous that. They are wearing this word out. And it's plumb ass dumb. You hear me? And for an old coot like me, I'm like, oh my God, it disastrous. Need to tell you about this disastrous thing that's happened. So, okay, clickbait. But, by people that I kind of respect. So I click and I go, what's so fudging disastrous about this? Well, maybe to 5 or 10 people, it's disastrous. But to the rest of us, how? And I know that they're trying to present things. Well, this is really kind of nasty here, and it's well, it's disastrous. It's catastrophic. Really? Hey, Hook, what you doing? Blessings to you too, out yonder on that island floating in the Pacific. I'm floating on my own little island here. It rained a pretty good bit here the last day, but we didn't have any real bad weather. We had a little bit of high wind. There was a lot of lightning, not a tremendous amount, but we had some decent lightning. And there was a tornado that passed on the. I haven't heard anything more, but at the time, I got my cell phone, you know, tornado on the ground, and I'm like, where is it? Well, south of me, not too far, but far. It was far enough away, no problems here. So that kind of thing was going on. It was disastrous, right? So I think about all the things that these folks are considering a disaster. Now, mentally wise, in their heads, they are locked into that everything that goes wrong must somehow be a disaster, right? Oh my God, such and such, such and such. That's a disaster. Oh golly, well you know, oh my God, it's catastrophic. They don't use that word as much as what's that word in the Bible? Apocalyptic. So it's disastrous, it's apocalyptic, and wait a minute. So they have to use these words, right, to get our attention, to tell us whatever the disaster is. Oh, the stock market crashed for a day. Be patient. The history of the stock market is it goes up and down, and people who don't like what's going on are going to crash the market, right? Because there's 10% of the world actually operates in the stock market. The rest of us poor heathens, we don't have any. It's LA, Las Vegas. Um, if you're talking about Nevada. So, but everything is a disaster. So, but is it, I think these folks are trying to project sometimes a disaster. Like if this continues, it's going to be disastrous, bringing us into the disaster us, right? Well, I don't want to be in it. Keep that disaster to yourself. But it's going to be disaster us. You're going to bring us into the damn thing? No. So, but anyway, I got to have a 20. Anybody want to join me? So, but anyway, so in looking around, and it's not just online people, all right? They're using disastrous and catastrophic and apocalyptic, and not just on mainstream news, but folks are using it all around. Now, I bring this up because I'm wondering if this idea, hey, my namesake woke up for something after falling asleep at 10. Hi, how are you? 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 Um, right. Don't feed the doom. Thank you, Richard, so much. Richard, did you tell me to keep an eye on my emails? Because I think I've looked, but I haven't seen anything from you. Um, my name is Travis. Well, my name is Hawkeye. But having been sick and been to Florida and things, you sent me one. I'll have to look through and see, because I was down in Florida using only my cell phone, and I'm I thought I was looking through everything. So I'll check again. I'm glad you're here so I can but I thought I did look, honest to God. So, but anyway, it's disastrous that I couldn't find it. How Steve? Howdy, Steve? Um, God, my ribs hurt from coughing. Yeah, well, I don't know. I think my alias now is David, but somewhere along the line, my AKA, also known as AKA, it seems to be more Hawkeye than David, but that's okay. How you doing, Steve? Hang on. Oh. It ain't the weed. Well, sort of. God, that's nasty stuff I coughing up. Gotta cough it up though. So anyway, sorry, TMI, right? So in looking at everything with the doom and gloom, like Richard said, you know, don't give in to the doom. Don't um oh, I'm doing all that, Richard. I am. I got my medicine, I got my cough drops, and I got my stuff, and I'm doing all of that. But this thing hit me hard, and there's like gallons of this gunk in my chest. And a week ago, it was so bad, and the coughing. I was in Florida, and I had to take 2 nitroglycerin, and I had to take an extra ranolazine and an extra metropol. And thank God I didn't have to go to the emergency room. Now, thank goodness the person I was staying with has heart issues like me. So he came in, made sure I had something to eat, blah blah blah. Anyway, but it was rough. Hey, Mossy Man, what you doing? So I've been coughing without smoking anything. So, and my ribs are so sore on my left side. Good God Almighty. But so anyway, Um, I'm wondering if these folks who keep repeating the disaster, I'm curious if the quantum field out there is somehow projecting a disaster coming to us. Sort of like, if you listen to Cliff High, there are things in the works. There are bumps in the road, and but it doesn't mean that there are going to be catastrophic. But see, again, it depends on what your definition is now of catastrophic. Because there are folks out there that, oh my God, they passed a law that you got to have your pets spayed or neutered. Oh my God, that's catastrophic. You know, something like that. Hang on, calm down. Oh, but this catastrophic. Oh, that was a bad joke. It was, whatever. Catastrophic. I can't believe I gave up with that. I'm looking forward to creating another project. What kind of project? Create one. I dreamt I ate the world's largest marshmallow, woke up and my pillow was gone. Yep. And I was um, spouting feathers, Of course, pillows ain't made out of feathers anymore. I do have a feather pillow over there, though. Um, I had a feather pillow when I was a kid, and the feathers in the pillow helped me to fly. And you say, Dave, what the hell are you talking about? That when I was a child growing up, I found out later on that I had been astral project. I was doing astral projection, and how I knew was one night. Parents always went bowling on Wednesdays. Aunt Shirley would, watch a movie in the living room, and us kids go to bed. Common thing every Wednesday, right? So I'm dreaming with my pillow, got it clutched around, and I'm going into the twilight thing, and I'm dreaming of flying around, and I'm dreaming of other stuff, right? I'm in the room, and all of a sudden the door opens, and I freak out. So I'm clutching onto this pillow now, and I go up into the corner of the room. Now, when I look down, I see myself basically for the first time. Oh my God, that's me laying down there. I think I knew it was me, but when the door opened up, and that scared the crap out of me, I'm hiding up in the corner of my room looking down at myself, and the door opens and it's Bessie. Oh my God. She's like, flips on the light to look at me, and Arnie's like, turn the light off. You know, they're all right. And she goes, oh, look at look at David. Look how still he is. It doesn't even look like he's breathing. Oh my God, should we wake him up? And Pops was like, nah, leave him alone. Just turn off the light and let's go to bed, right? Who's Bessie? It's my adopted mother. I refuse to call her mother or mom or anything like that because of how much of a bitch she was. So I call her Bessie by her name rather than any, you know, because this is how I feel about that woman, and my sister too. So I could say that bitch of a woman, but I just used Bessie, trying to be nice in a nasty, situation. Because we hate her guts, past tense. We hated her guts when she was alive. But anyway, well, um, Arnie was my uncle because my uncle adopted me and my sister. So it was Uncle Arnie that adopted my sister and I. And we thank him all the time. Thank you, Arnie. But I call him Pops and I give him he was good to us. And God, he knew that Bessie was a bitch to us kids. And because she couldn't have her own children, Danny, our brother that just passed away, yes, I do, Richard. I'm going to do a video of it, and it freaking looks brand new. I ain't lying. I walk around, and I went out, and I drove it to town to get the tag and everything. And I was like, I do not deserve this. Now I've had two brand new vehicles. My Isuzu when I bought it, and my Mazda when I bought it in '98. Brand new. Had like 12 miles on it. And that was from driving around in the parking lot. But it's been a long time since I've owned a car. Something with a back seat, something with four doors, something with a hatchback. Now, I got a hatchback on my truck with the thing, but that's not a hatchback. And so it's like, holy mackerel there, honey. It's like, oh my God. It's got a black interior. The seats are in perfect shape. He's got hard, tough stuff on the floor for floor mats. The dash and everything, great. I went around, I saw a picture of it my sister sent me, and I thought there was a crease in it. And when I got to see the car, no, it's how the side panel is designed. There's a crease in it on purpose. And I'm like, well, okay, there's not a scratch on this car. I looked all over the thing. There's not a scratch on it. The only thing, and it doesn't really worry me, but it's got 121,000 miles on it. And so had lots of Honda bikes and cars. Yeah. But this one is a Chrysler Jeep. It does have four-wheel drive. It's got a backup camera. It's got the screen on the thing where you can push all kinds of stuff. I mean, it's amazing. I don't think I would have ever purchased a vehicle like this myself because I don't like all the bells and whistles and everything. I'd rather have a standard transmission. This is an automatic. It's beautiful, Richard. It really is. I do not deserve this vehicle. And and it has a lift on the back to lift the scooter that came with the car. And this scooter, I have tried it around in the yard and stuff. It doesn't have much clearance, but it goes over all kinds of stuff. Go over a couple of limbs and a couple of this and that, hit a root, and went on right about it. And the interesting thing too about the scooter, I'm going to do a walk around with both things because I just think it's interesting, to show it off. 90 degrees tomorrow. That's not too bad. I guess it is for you all in Hawaii though. With does that come with an offshore breeze? Onshore breeze. Yeah, onshore. But so anyway, But this cart, this scooter, was given to him by the Veterans Association thing, um, because of his bad knees and his bad back and everything, and his overweight and all. And so so they purchased and bought him this cart, a scooter. All right. So with the scooter, they bought the device that attaches to the back of the Jeep in order to lift it, carry it, and then, you can take it down easy. So, talked to my sister on Friday, right? She goes up, I'm talking about how I've been driving around in the yard with the scooter. And she goes, "So, have you charged it?" Yes, yet. Yes, it is a wheelchair elevator. And in all intents and purposes, this is an electrified wheelchair. It just looks like a scooter, but to that point, it's sturdy, it's heavy duty, and they ain't a scratch on it either. It's beautiful. So my sister says, "Have you charged it yet?" And I said, "No." Why? She said, "Well, the last charge it got was when before Danny passed away, when he charged it." And oh, really? So that's been 2 months ago. And she rode around on the cart when she had it with the grandkids up and down and around in the trailer park she lives in. And it's got full charge is green, then it goes to yellow, and then it goes to red. And so there, little marks on it all the way down. And so, okie doke. So then we went to the Renaissance Fair, drove around in it, right, on Saturday, a week ago this Saturday. Drove around in it, did its thing, put it back on the Jeep, brought it home, drove around in the yard, been going up and down the driveway to get the mail, just checking it out. It's still in the green. It's like, what? So for 2 months, no charge, all these other, all the riding around I've done. So, and I've done, 20 minutes of riding in the thing around the yard, going up the driveway and everything, not counting all the others. So, whatever this battery pack is on this scooter, I'm going to be able to give it a good charge. I want to go to Kolomoki Mounds, but it requires a lot of walking. So now with this scooter, I can give it a charge, the day before, make sure it's, buffed up good, and ride all day long, all around the mounds and all around the park, anywhere I want to go, and I won't have to worry about the battery running out. Now, that's just another blessing on top. Yes, Richard, actually, I have. And because it's a sort of red maroon kind of thing, I was riding down the road yesterday and I'm like, I got to name you. And I'm, I'm petting the hood, and I'm like, wow, what, GP, Cherokee, and that. So I'm like looking out and I was like, yeah, you're sort of red like a rose. And I went, oh, Rosie. Oh, Rosie. And the Jeep kind of likes it. So I was like, so do you like it, Rosie? And it was like, and so the scooter's name is Scooter. And I was trying to think of another name, but I knew we knew on the carnival, we knew people with nicknames like that had Scooter. So I was like, it is a scooter, but um, why not call it Scooter? It is what it is, kind of thing. But so the Jeep now, until further notice, is Rosie. And like I said, the car seemed to like it. So there you go, Rosie. But so anyway, I got my insurance papers in today. Just liability is going to cost me $800 every 6 months. So it's going to cost me $1,800 a year. A year. Just for liability on the Jeep. Now I'm going to look around, but I already have 5 years without an accident, 5 years without making a claim, 5 years, blah, blah, blah. I've got the senior discount. And now that I have 2 vehicles on the policy, I get a twofer, for having multiple vehicles, and $1,800 a year, $900 every 6 months. Like, fudge mighty. My Mazda is like $212 every 6 months, $500 a year kind of thing. So what the hell? So I'm not going to be able to put, you pay what? $2,200 a year on, for what kind of vehicle? I'm being nosy, but you started it. 135. Well, yeah, but what does that mean? Can you convert that to dollars? I've got basically what? Dadgummit. Come back here. That's only having one car. I've built for 250, like 6 months. Yeah, so my Mazda, it's very reasonable, but I knew insurance was going to be a little much for the Jeep. But oh my God, $1,800 a year? And here's the thing, I can't drop the insurance for any reason except to change it. About 125, roughly. Yeah, okay, that's not bad, considering. So I have Progressive insurance, and people say, "Oh, that's one of the more expensive ones," but I've got all the breaks in there, and Progressive has been, about in line with everybody else. But the reason I haven't tried to get off of Progressive is because I had a wreck years ago, like 25 years ago, and Progressive stepped in within hours, made arrangements with a really good local body shop, and you have Progressive, but I mean they jumped on it. They jumped on it and had this and this and that and that. And I was like, wow, that's really groovy. So I've not had to make another claim. But the way they jumped on fixing that car and how they made the payments and everything, I mean, it was slick and quick. So, but, at the cost of, not being able, I can only pucker up so much, as soon as cars start getting made in America, things might change. I don't think so. I would really like that hook. I really would. I'll keep my fingers crossed for that. But it's a disastrous thing because it's the value of stuff. Um, oh, but that vehicle, was worth $55,000 when it was new or whatever it was. And so now, if you wreck your car, we have to fix, or even though the value is not that, uh, we're going to have to basically repair a $55,000 car. No, no, but it's only worth 10. Yeah, but still, it looks like a $55,000 car. Yeah, but what? So the insurance companies are looking at overall values of things. and the value of things have changed. Even though it's $10,000 that, on the website thing, and even though, your insurance, but the insurance companies are looking at it from their liability standard. We have to be able to make money, or at least not spend it, meaning we don't want to pay out, right? So we got to make this scheme to where they get their money and they're happy, but it's going to cost them. They're going to have a $5,000, uh, prepay kind of thing, because your vehicle costs so much, and so they've overvalued what it is for the repairs. But I have extra medical on mine, and having been in the hospital recently, I know how much that shit costs. And if somebody runs into my ass, I want them to be able to pay for my butt getting hurt. You're going to pay for my, whatever. My Isuzu was supposed to be a Chevy. I had a 51 Chevy. So I was a Chevy man back in the day. I never thought I would be a Ford man until I bought the Mazda, which has 300,000 miles on it. It doesn't knock or smoke or anything. I've had to replace every sensor in it and the catalytic converter, but she runs really good. I still need to replace the brakes, but rear brakes. But it was just a pickup truck. Yeah, they were, Richard, and it was a 1.8 liter or something. You could just about lift it out of the vehicle by yourself. It was so easy to get to. And I had worked on a friend of mine. He had a Chevy Love, and I had an Isuzu, and they were the same vehicle. And I helped him pull the engine and change the rings and everything, and put it back in, and it ran it ran forever. Uh, Oh, it is freaking great. And I use only Castrol motor oil. And I've used only 50 weight. Now you can't find 50 weight. So I can still find a 40 weight. But nowadays you need a 5W20 or something. So oil has changed a lot in the last few years. A lot. So I'm going to have to study up on that some, because the oil I want to use could literally clog up the engine on this thing. So, but anyway, the engine I have, by the way, is the 3.2, which is Jeep has a 2.8 and the 3.2. So I got the bigger engine of the two. And in driving back up here, it's getting about 25 miles to the gallon, roughly. So, I'm going to be very careful with the Jeep. In fact, to keep the mileage down, I'm still going to drive my pickup truck. Because insurance cheap. My transmission's great. It's a standard. I have replaced the clutch within the last 2 years. So if I keep driving the Jeep, I'm gonna keep putting them miles on, keep putting them on. Yeah, I'll use it when I need it, right? So anyway, like to come on a trip to see y'all. I don't think I could drive it over to see Richard though. I'd have to, convert it to being a submarine. But anyway, going back to the disastrous thing, you probably noticed, because y'all do YouTube, and look around and you pay attention to stuff, but that folks who use that title of disaster, or catastrophe, or whatever, that I'm seriously worried that they're trying I don't think they're aware of it, but I think that the the bad energy in the quantum field is having a tendency to influence these folks, somehow hoping, because Cliff High has kind of said, you know, we got some bumps coming due to the social interactions and things that are on the web, right? So there's that. But you know, are we picking up the fact, not that we listened to Cliff, but in just paying attention to the universe already has these bumps in it, right? With, you know, the dollar's got to stabilize, this has got to do, and then that's got to do. Manufacturing's coming back into the United States. You know, me and 700 other people lost our jobs to Mexico. I know exactly how that can feel. Do you hear me? I know exactly what that feels like. And them folks are going to have to move back because they moved right across the border in Nogales, Mexico. And so all those spark plug wires that they make for Ford and Chrysler and Nissan and some Honda, it's all going to cost them extra to bring it back across the border to put on all them new cars. So I'm just, I, some folks are, why are you for Trump? Because that right there is payback to me. Preston Light Wire thought they was going to get away with it, and they did for a few years, right? But now tariffs are going to push them right back over that fence into America again. And if they'd have just stayed where it was, they would already be established. Everything was going well. We were our company was always in the black, meaning that we always made money and we didn't owe anybody at the end of the year. Kind of, I mean, so, and it was a Pakistani guy they hired to be the CEO. Well, you must move it out of the country for cheaper labor. And so now they're losing. So I do I like Trump just for that? Oh yeah. Oh hell yeah. Is Preston Light getting their collective butts, bumped? Oh yes. Are they sitting there trying to figure out, some bitch, how fast can we move back to Georgia? you know, how fast can we get back across the the fence here? Holy crap. So every time they say something about that, I just wiggle a little bit and go ahead, go ahead, go ahead. And is that being, superficial or whatever? It's okay. I deserve it. I lost my good engineering job that would have, the couple more, if it had stayed in business a couple more years to when I retired, I would have retired by my own savings without any kind of 401k or anything. By my own savings, I would have had $100,000 plus my Social Security. So I'm pissed at them. you know. But so anyway, so the catastrophic things that are happening, I don't doubt that there are folks who are having it really rough in that the rearrangement of things. But back when, um, you know, uh, Reagan was the president, it was a very hard time for me at that time. But what happened with Reagan and how the things that they did was better off in the long run. So, in looking back, and I survived it, in looking back after that, I think to myself, it was really bumpy. They were rearranging stuff. And, but after the rearranging, It wasn't too bad, but we had to be patient, stick it out, right? Yeah, I got a 20 ready here. What time is it? We got 5 more minutes. So anyway, all these people who are complaining, oh, we're going to go into a recess. Listen, listen, honey, we're already in a recess. If great horny toads, um, that we've already been in a recession of sorts, with not any food on the shelves at times, with things running out. Like I got one medicine Entresto. I don't know what the deal is, but the warehouse is out of this drug, and it's for my heart condition. And a lot of other people, they're not getting it either because, for whatever reason, the the warehouse is out of Entresto. So, somebody's got some over here. But the thing is that so all of us people with heart issues who are reliant upon this drug for our heart conditions can't get it. Oh yeah, you taking Tresto? Um, is it? Are you still able to get it where you're at? Because down here, some of the druggists can the 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 pharmacy warehouses where they normally buy all their stuff from ain't got it. So that doesn't mean that all of the warehouses are out, but but anyway, but to my point though, all that's got to happen is a um, a fudge up with a drug that affects all of us with heart conditions. So without the Entresto, some people wouldn't be bothered hardly at all. But then there are some of us who it would put us down, along with if anything else was wrong at the time. So compound issues with a compound heart issue. So you take one of them drugs away that's been doing you good, and now all of a sudden your heart goes, what? Your system goes, what? Now that's catastrophic. That is catastrophic for the people who can't get that drug. What the hell is that about? Are they trying to kill us? Well, why don't they have the drug? Did something along the line happen that they can't get the ingredients for it? I don't care if I got to pay more money for it, but if you're going to take it away from me, my blood pressure has gone up in the last 3 weeks. It used to be in the 120s. Now I'm in the 140s. Going, what the fudge? I haven't done anything different. What the fuck? How come my blood pressure went? Well, I haven't had any Entresto in a while. I haven't had this other medicine that's been kind of hopney, skipney, uh, you know, um, issues with delivery kind of thing. And okay, got to take this drug instead. Okay, So, but to that point, year goes in the 230s, 240s, 230s, 240s. What? Blood pressure? Nah, you'd be dead. What is 230, 240? You can hardly eat anything. Big business. Yeah. So, I mean, I hated taking all the meds. They have dropped a couple of meds over the last 2 years. But there are certain ones that I'm a taking that um, I got to take these. I got to have that ranolazine. I got to have my nitroglycerin I found out last week. I mean, I thought honest to God, I thought I was dying. I was like, oh no, I'm going to die in Florida, you know. Now, at least I would have been around, friends who knew me, and my sister's closer than not. But, oh no, had to take that nitro. Cough, 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 cough. Got to take that extra meds. Cough, 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 cough. Got to take another nitro. Holy shit. Cough, 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 cough. Thank you, Jesus. It calmed down, right? So, but what if I didn't have that the other day, last week? Would I have survived the night the way I felt? I was headed for the sink, to go down the drain. Oh, did we miss it? 12:21? Yeah, my clock says I'm right on it. So cheers, my friends. So for me and my peace, for me and my peoples who have heart conditions, we understand the necessity. Hey, Bernicia, what is going on? That for whatever reason we don't have our heart medicine like the Entresto. So my health is going to be affected by not having that drug. So what if the great gods in the pharmaceutical Father Noel, Jesus God, I should put a white collar on Father Noel. Anyway, that's funny. Blessings to you, my child. I'm using my left hand. It doesn't. Um, so I know what a disaster is. I can't get my heart medicine. That is a disaster. You know, that is very, considered catastrophic here. So, but these other people who are talking about disasters and catastrophes, no offense, is it life threatening? Well, the stock market crashed. Okay, is it life threatening? I know there's some people going to go crazy and they might run in front of a bus, but I mean, just in general, is it going? Well, no, it's stock market crashing isn't really going to hurt anybody like a brick falling on you. Uh, Trump's tariffs, sort of. It has to do with people overreacting. I mean, even the cards I pulled tonight were like, you've got to keep your stamina because I pulled the elk card. Then I pulled the frog card, which is cleansing. And it said Frog's got to clean up his act, and take the rest. Because if you're doing too much and you don't, um, take a rest to gather your strength, which relates back to the elk card, which was I was called a dickhead earlier for my book. Better a dickhead than an asshole. I'm sorry. You know, like you're a dickhead and you're an asshole. Okay. I smell better than you do. Anyway, that's really bad. Really bad TMI. Let's have another hit. It was my pleasure being called that. Bernicia, I love you, sweetie. I love all y'all. Really, I do. I wish I could just, you know, put like a butterfly and sting like a bee and come visit y'all. But anyway. Oh, geez, that hurts. I've been coughing for a week. And sometimes really, 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 really hard. In my left side, I feel like somebody has poked me. Yeah, if you come to South, you should call me, especially now that I got my Jeep. But yeah, I'm going to do a video of the Jeep and do a walk around and everything, and sort of a tribute to my brother. But so in so for me, what is disastrous is not being able to get your medicine. What is catastrophic is that you haven't had your medicine for a while, and your ticker's not working right, and you're having to take nitroglycerin, and so um, that's catastrophic to me. So for us old people, not just us old people, but oh yeah, David Castle, yeah, and we were supposed to hook up in um, Kentucky, because where he said he lived up there, we crossed right over the Ohio River, and was literally was in his neighborhood. So, but I couldn't connect with him, and we had to come on south. But yeah, I was right up in his neighborhood, literally. But anyway, God bless you, David Castle. It'd be curious. He felt like there were some folks coming after him, and there were like evil things and stuff and things, right? So I'm curious, I really am, if any of us find out what how he passed. What was the condition? Um, put some Cool Whip on it. Yeah. So if anybody knows or can find out or whatever what the modus operandi of his deceasedness, uh, us inquiring minds would like to know, you know, in a positive way, but also because some of the conversations, and it seemed like, there were entities trying to mess with him and doing like walk ins and stuff with him. And so, yeah. No, Bernicia, I'm not. I'm not drinking enough water. But I am pushing fluids. Okay. Did he have a channel? No, but he was on with a lot uh, of other people. So, and I was on, I can't remember who, and he was, I was one of four people in the group, and he was one of the four people in the group, and so he had talked. I can't even remember what it was, but I remember meeting him and having a discussion, and and then we had, yeah, Wayne's show, yeah, that one too. He was doing some messed up stuff. He up and disappeared, held door straight open for them. Oh man. You're talking about the bad guys, right? Holding the door open for the bad guys. Oh, I understand. There are a lot of folks who are trying, they want to know about the other side. They want to know how things work. And I had my spout of that early on in my lifetime. And then when I saw some of them, okay, we've been here for over an hour. So, only good friends and crazy people will be. Um, I always know what to ask you, but I ask because if you lost a medication, what? We still have the earth's medicine and water is number one. Oh yeah. But the water sometimes does not have the effect on the electrical fields of the heart and the brain and how that can be um, stymied. So many demons, yeah. And but so in my early career, and I mean, I didn't know any of this shit. I'm fresh out of high school. I'm hanging around the University of South Florida because I lived there. Uh, I roomed with a husband and wife team. She was an associate professor of psychology and was working on her PhD. Uh, and he worked in the loan business as a manager and was very effective. And, but I will do some research and call you tomorrow. What, on the medicine thing? Okay. Um, 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 um. I lost my place. I lost my place. But anyway, so in watching other channels and watching the news and listening how they repeat things on the news, I was living with a couple of roommates, and what was I doing? Oh, at the University of South Florida. Oh, yeah, that's right. And she knew one of the associate professors who had started at USF. This was like in 72 ish. And they hired this demonologist, a warlock. He was an acclaimed warlock to teach a new course in demonology at the University of South Florida. So I could go, almost anybody can go in the libraries on these universities. You just can't check a book out. So I would take her to work, and she'd go to take her to work, and then she'd go take classes, and then I'd pick her up afterwards and bring her home. Well, during that time, instead of driving back and forth, um, I was trying to decide about whether or not I wanted to go to college, kind of thing, and so um, I would go into the library, and I found all kinds of stuff on demonology. And so I started taking notes, right? And I mean, there was books where there were spells. There were books, just pertinent information, if you will, on what demon was what and who. And I mean, these were great, big, thick books, okay? Heavy to pick up and carry kind of thing. And they had whole shelves of books. And that was in 1972. I dare say so this gentleman comes over uh, to Len and Lucy's house, our house, and we're sitting there smoking and having a good one, right? And he's talking about something, 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 and so he's doing some this little parlor tricks, you know, making stuff float, kind of thing, and then he does this thing, and wah wah wah, and does a what I understand now was probably a sigil in the air. And this ball appeared. You could, if you could hold it, you could hold it in your hand. Okay. So it's that big, maybe a tennis ball kind of thing. So this thing was sort of burning, and it was a sphere and it yellow, and it smelled of sulfur. Okay. And it went up and it floated around over here and it floated around over here and it went down over here and it flew back up over here. And he was sort of direct in his finger, right? And then it landed on the carpet. And Glenn and Lucy had two Siamese cats, Linus and who was the other one? Oh, well, Linus and the other one. So the cats were like on either side of this sphere. It landed, orb, thank you very much. It landed on the carpet in between them, in the middle of the living room, right, in this apartment. And the cats went over to sniff at it. I mean, they were like 3 feet away, but you could tell they were leaning in like it was closer, right? And they're on opposite sides of this sphere, orb. And then it just went poof. And the cats jumped back. Honky cat, gotta get back to the world and no. Anyway, Elton John. Um, but after that, and we all were like, wow, that was really cool. Blah, blah. But I'm talking about for the rest of the time that we lived in that apartment, those cats would not go near this invisible circle on the floor. And it sort of had a little bit of residue. You could sort of see it. It was like a real faint outline where it sat, and but the circle was where it sat was when it went up. Bones and Dank were our two what? Uh, so when it took off, it left a circle, but it didn't leave a circle while it was sitting because it would have been just a little small patch. But the patch was larger than the sphere. And so when it took off, it was like poof, and it left a little does that make sense? Left a little residue around the edges, like a rocket going off. Left a little patch of dirt. Anyway, so and that's important because the cats would not cross that spot. Never. And we would show people, somebody would come over, we would smoke one, go, hey man, Linus hates that spot in the floor. Watch this. And we'd throw him over there, and Linus would be headed towards that spot on the carpet. And he would do everything he could with twisting and turning and going to not land on or relatively near that circle on the floor. And so it was funny as shit to watch that cat. But I think about it now and go, no wonder he would come and shit on my pillow. Why did Linus used to come up and shit on my pillow? Oh, because I used to throw him towards the center of the circle. And so if they were walking across the floor, they would go around it. I mean, obviously go around it, not just, they would like avoid it by 2 foot. So doody, 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 doo, around this way. So it was comical at first. And then it was like, it's been 3 months since the guy was here. It's been 3 months since the incident, we'll say. And the cats are still afraid of that spot. The cats still won't go near it. The cats, And so we ended up, getting another apartment. They did. And because I was renting a room, it was but they chose it and I just tagged along. But, those cats wouldn't go near it. So I've always wondered if anybody that came in after us, because it was a popular area and a lot of college students, that come in for a year or two, and they'd rent. But was curious as to anybody else that came in that area, and them apartments were rented all the time. That none of them stayed empty. But if anybody moved in there, they had any animals, or if they, felt something peculiar in the living room, right? But I swear, Scout's honor, it really happened. And to this day, I still remember it clearly. And the other thing was like throwing the cats in the middle of the carpet and having to twist and turn. Well, so my story had to be real. The story had to be real about the sphere landing in the middle of the carpet. Otherwise, the story of us throwing the cat in the middle of the carpet wouldn't be real. And for my head, it's like, oh yeah, that cat was scared. Oh yeah, that cat shit on my pillow. Oh yeah, Linus would give me, a hard time. So Linus the cat, um, Siamese, by the way, and a heavy cat, right? Not oversized, but a good sized cat. So, and he let you know, he'd look at you, and you knew that some bitch was pissed at you. Pour counterclockwise. Yep. And if not salt, the Native Americans use cornmeal. Just saying. Um, so where was I going with that? Oh, so because there have been times when I'm like, that didn't really happen. You made that story up about that sphere, landing in the middle of the floor. But then later on, totally, out of character, not thinking about the orb. But then the idea of something happens when one of the cats goes crazy, and I'm thinking to myself, oh, holy crap, that's like that time I threw Linus in the middle of the floor. Oh, yeah, that's when the orb settled down in the middle of the floor. Oh, yeah, whoops. So I guess the orb thing did happen. You know what I mean? So in my old age, there are some things like, nah, that didn't really happen. But yeah, it did. Yeah, it did. Pretty sure. UAPs are out again, are they? I don't doubt. We've finally got some clear skies tonight. It rained really good the last day, and the river's up again. That's good. But it did not flood us, but we got a really good dose of rain. So thumbs up for that. And I got um, oh man, my tree's blooming, and I can't think of what they are right now. You're kind of scared of what? Oh, the UAPs? Well, there's something, and not, it's kind of sort of a Buddhisty thing, in that you can't prepare for all things. You can just be prepared for most things. And the biggest thing you should be prepared is to be able to adapt. How are you something might happen or this or something, and I'm stuck in a blah blah blah, and it's something, and in a minor tragedy. Okay, seriously, no problem. But it's how can you adapt to situations? It's like, well, what is your best attribute? I can adapt. Well, what about this? Well, I can adapt. Well, you might need to build a fire. Okay, but it depends. If you're in a flooded situation, building a fire might not be high on your priority, and there might be, gas tanks around. And so you have to look at your surroundings and make whatever adjustments, you know. If somehow you get stuck in the wilderness and there's nothing around, that's a different set of scenarios. So you can be prepared for one and not prepared for the other one. You say, well, Dave, what do you mean? Well, you might be more prepared to be in, the jungle and, by yourself rather than being in an area like when the hurricane went through and there's trees down and this down and things because it's such a catastrophe. Because having been around, hurricanes and tornadoes and debris and after stuff, myself, you look at it and it's confusing. And it's like, well, what do I do? Well, something needs help, but where do I go? Who do I help? What do I do? So you look around and go, well, there's a tree across the road. I could help clear that. Or there's something over there. That guy's leg, he's kind of bleeding. Maybe I could go help him. So, but there are things, but you say, well, what do I do? Well, but you have to look at your situation and adapt. And you go, well, what kind of good information is that, Hawkeye? That sounds like bullshit to me. It's not. It's how do you adapt in any situation? I was listening to uh, a Marine. He's retired. Uh, uh, a retired Marine major who was joined at the end of the Korean War, went to Vietnam, had been in different situations, had been in the jungle in Laos, and had snuck up on people and slit their throats. And that this was part of his job when he was in Nam, clearing out villages and doing these things, and they would sneak up and it's like, what? That was your job? Yep. So in listening to him though, it was like, and he was surrounded by the enemy all the time. All the time. Okay. All the time. The only thing that I think that might have helped him slightly is that he's a black man. And I don't mean this negatively, but he was a lot more camouflaged than a white man, just plain and simple. And this guy was, Bronze Star, Silver Star, a lieutenant major or something in the Marine Corps. Uh, but yeah, so this guy, in a way, he sort of messed up too. But part of the reason he's out and speaking about certain things and just telling his story is that so other people can say, hey, listen, maybe you need to tell your story just to get it out of you. Uncle was dark too, huh? Yeah. And I've known some of these people myself. I met a guy that came off he was in the Air Force, I believe. I don't, maybe he was a grunt. I'm not sure. No, he was a grunt. He was an Army grunt. So he was drafted for 2 years and he went to Nam and he was basically a hippie dude, but he served and he worked in, delivering medical supplies and ammunition and stuff like that. He was more in the supply depot thing. That was his job. He didn't carry a gun, he rode around in a Jeep all the time. They smoked really good weed, and they didn't go out on patrol, but they got overran a couple of times from where he was stationed. He remembers that they had got a hold of some acid and they were sitting on top of this bunker. You know, all these other guys are hiding inside and they're sitting up on top, kicking their legs over the edge like doodly doodly doo, watching the tracers going back and forth at night. And he said, man, we were just tripping out on those tracers. And a couple of them were like, we really got really close to our head. And the other guy was like, yeah. And he goes, maybe we should get down. And I don't know, this is really cool. And 2 hours later, they're still sitting up there. The firefight's still going on. And they're still watching bullets in the middle of the night going by their head. So he's telling me this story, and it's like he had no reason to make it up. He just had no reason to make it up. I mean, and this was like in 73. And he's telling me what it was like to be in the army and what it was like and how it affected him. And, but, he saw some killing. He had to shoot his rifle because they were his location was being overrun. And it was, you better shoot. But he was like, he never stabbed anybody or shot anybody up close range. He's not even sure he ever hit anybody. But it still affected him, watching the dead bodies, listening to the mortar rounds come in. You're delivering something because that's your job. Just delivering stuff could get you killed because he comes in on a Jeep and he's got medical supplies for something, and all of a sudden a mortar round comes in and blows his Jeep up, and he told me that happened. So it's like, holy crap. So literally less than a minute before he was in that Jeep and he got out and went towards the hospital tent, and the mortar round came in and hit that Jeep directly and blew it up. So good night, Scotty. Blessings to you. So yeah, I knew somebody that was a tunnel rat too. That boy was messed up. And he was a perpetual liar. Make up stories. Some of his stories were true, but he would make up shit about current events and things. And just, I don't know where he is. I don't know if he's still alive, but I hope he got some help. And if I see him again, I'd want to slap him. But anyway. So, but with the catastrophes that happen to us, with the disastrous things that we are alluded to seeing. I mean, there are some disasters, don't get me wrong, but I think that there are folks who use that word way too much. Way too much. Well, my friend, what is disastrous? Oh my God, this lawyer firm that used to work for the White House, they got shunned out. Well, why? Well, because they helped to get Trump impeached. Oh, really? Well, yeah, so you wonder why this group of lawyers, this law firm, wants to work in the White House, but they're the ones that tried to get Trump ousted. And you wonder why they won't let him in. You say, well, you're being cruel. Well, wait a minute. That lawyer group there got this injunction and made this thing. They tried to impeach me. They tried to have me thrown out of office. And you want me to hire them? Well, so the Democrats are pissed because the Trump White House won't hire these law firms that used to do them wrong. Are you serious? Right? You're kidding, right? No, it's the truth. So it's disastrous to the Democrats because these law firms, these respected law firms, can't get a seat at the table at the White House because they fudged up. You hear me? They worked for the wrong side to make that money. But so, are these the people that you want to hire? Now, here's a, a really good question to decipher, okay? And there's a gentleman still in the FBI that they're talking about. And they're like, why hasn't this guy been fired? And one of the people who were talking about this on the inside said, the reason they haven't fired him yet is because they can go to him at any time and ask him questions without having to subpoena him. What? If we tell the guy to take a hike and we want to ask him a question about a certain file or a certain thing or something, we got to go to a judge and have him subpoenaed to come in and talk to us. But now, if we keep him on the payroll, we can go ask that mofo something anytime we want. We can wake him up in the middle of the night. Wake up, dude. We got a question for you. So they can do anything they want as long as he's still on the tag. So everybody says, why isn't this guy fired? That's the reason. They're doing inquiries. And if they send him home, if they want to ask him a question, they're going to have to subpoena him. And that sucks. So people on the outside going, how come this ain't going the way we think it should? Because you're on the outside and you don't know what's going on in the inside. You have to have patience. In other words, you've seen all the chiefs go into the main teepee, and then the guest of honor or whatever is brought in, is seated at the proper place around the area. The chief starts lights the bowl and starts with passing around the peace pipe. And so everybody's watching the dude, right? Everybody's watching the dude, right? The one that's so and you go, well, wait a minute. Why did you let this guy come in and share a pipe with us? Well, we know we don't like his butt at all. His feet stink. His breath smells. He never takes a bath. And on top of that, he's an asshole. But we brought him in so we could ask him questions. And we felt like if we could put him in a relaxed situation, a non threatening situation, that we could just talk to the dude and not have to go to war. And you go, well, that's pretty smart. They brought him in the teepee. Everybody said hi, and everybody smoked peace pipe, and they're all having a chit chat, and he's sitting in there having a chit chat with them. And they find out more information by just having this little chit chat than if they had gone to war, right? So, what's going on with some of the things in the government right now? Why should people be more patient? Why should people, calm down a little bit? All this stuff's going on, yet calm down. Because there really is stuff going on behind the scenes. And what are those things? Well, You see that guy right there that they should fire? Yeah, he ain't fired yet. What does that mean? He ain't fired yet because they ain't done with his ass. That's why. If they were done with him, out you go, or maybe to jail. But at the moment, he's still working there. Well, what if he could be doing some underhanded things? They're hoping that he does because they're watching his ass really close, right? They got everything he's doing bugged or, whatever. They're hoping he does something weird like he's accustomed to doing. So they can, right, rats are still playing with us, right? But they're watching the rats. They're setting the rats up, by like allowing, I can't remember the guy's name, but it's like, was it been in the news the last few days? So he's still in there. He's probably hoping that, yeah, but we got Kash Patel and Dan Bongino in there right now. And I'm sorry, this is not the same game. Okay. It ain't, if you've ever listened to Dan Bongino on his podcast and radio program, they're setting these folks up. But oh no, it's the same. No, it ain't the same because these are not the same characters. Kash Patel was the one that, helped find out and prove the Russiagate thing. He proved that it was wrong in a setup. That's the guy who's in there now in charge. He knows where a lot of players are. He knows how the game is played. And because Dan Bongino was Secret Service, he knows how that shit plays out. But because he still has friends in there before he went back to Washington, he wants to get these guys. Yeah, it's all going to come out. Dan Bongino wants these people. Dan wants revenge. He might not say it for the president or whatever, but he wants revenge for the sake of justice. He has information and has showed it about the pipe bomber thing on the day of January, whatever, 4 years ago. So, yeah, the long game. And so, but, and he has said that pipe bombing thing at the DC, whatever, with Kamala, that's been covered up. It's been changed. It's been everything. And so it's like, and Dan is like, I know where the bodies are buried. I want to know. And that was before they made him, the assistant director. So in following him for the last, several years myself and watching him, and it's like, and what he knows and the information that he's had over these years. And now he's in there as assistant, he's the deputy director of the FBI. Holy shit. I can just imagine what Dan's doing, He's looking into shit because he wants revenge. And the revenge is he wants to be able to show the truth. That's his revenge. But he wants it. Well, I'm just seeking the truth. But why? Because he wants revenge. Because all these people lied. All these people said he was crazy when he knew better and when, it was obvious to a bunch of us, Why haven't they said anything, FBI, about President Trump assassination attempt in July last year? Nothing has been said. Where are the files? Where are the people? Where are the, the officers or agents that worked on this? Where are the people who did, who was in the office that day? Who was, the case manager? Where is the evidence? Why did y'all hose off the roof? Why did you cremate this guy's body without telling anybody? Where is the proof of, the coroner's thing? Because the coroner don't know where it's at. What is going on with this? Because guess what? It reflects back on the FBI because some of the FBI were involved, complicit in the shooting of Donald J. Trump. This close to being dead, right? So, but they haven't said a word, not a word. The guy that they're holding in Florida, they're like, he's got all these things. Well, the issue with that is that Florida has jurisdiction over this guy. Now, the FBI can help, but Florida has jurisdiction over this guy they've got down there now, right? So it's up to the county and the state and all of this. They have to go through their stuff first. Doesn't mean the FBI can't help or Secret Service, whatever, but because Secret Service found the guy, right? And alerted them and they did the thing, chased him down, all that. So, but how come there isn't any more information on that? Well, that could simply be from the state of Florida. All right. They're working on it. It's their jurisdiction. But here's the thing, they want it right. They don't want to screw up, right? Because it's a federal case, but it is Florida jurisdiction. Okay. So they're working through this, but Ron DeSantis ain't going to argue with them because he wants to know too. He's pissed off, right? So, but things have to go at their own pace. But why hasn't anything been said before now? It's almost been a year that the president was shot in the ear. How come there's not more stuff out there? How come there's not? How come there isn't a special? How come there isn't a what? You know what I mean? Nothing. So Dan gets in there. Now he can't talk about it because he's under oath. But because of things he has said previously, you can bet your gonads, okay, if you got any, you can bet your gonads that he's working on this stuff. That guy everybody says should be fired, he ain't fired because they got him around for questioning. They can lock that sumbitch up in a room for 8 hours a day and he can claim, oh, harassment. I need to talk to my HR person. Go ahead. The HR person is the one with the key to the door. They're the ones that locked you in there, But anyway, but anyway, these folks are trying to continue to pass along the craziness, right? It's catastrophic. It's apoplectic. No, that's not it. It's apostolic. Well, no, not quite. It's apocalyptic. It's catastrophic. It's disastrous. I'm afraid, and I really am afraid of this. Okay, I'll tell you the truth. Not that I'm trying to lie to you, but tell you the truth, I have been scared of the big bump that could well be coming. That Cliff High has talked about, it's going to be bumpy and we're going to have a sizable bump. Don't know what that was exactly. You know what I got to say about that, Hook? Trump was golfing and Biden was sleeping on the beach. Don't say a motherfucker word about who did what at one time. Biden's asleep on the beach. Just shut up. At least Trump was awake. And it was his off time. It wasn't like he was in the middle of the week. It was the weekend. people have time off on the weekends. Biden was asleep on the beach. Biden was asleep on the beach. Fudge that business about Trump playing golf. It was a tournament. You know, he didn't want to miss it. It's what he does. It's his de-stress time. It's everybody knows that he goes on a golf, you know. And so, but these folks, oh God, when I heard him today, and it was yesterday too, well, he was on the golf course. And I was like, wasn't it Saturday that he was on the golf course? Or Sunday? I mean, it was the weekend, right? He's the freaking president. He can take a damn day off if he wants to. He's been working his hiney off for the last several months and all through the campaign. And it's a Saturday afternoon in the rain, and he wants to play in this tournament. And you're gonna bitch because he's there. Shut up. That's what kind of morons they are, right, Hook? They're morons. I mean, he was out playing golf. So? Yeah, of course the price went down, Bernicia. Of course. I mean, they killed millions of chickens and threw hundreds of millions of eggs away because they might have been contaminated. They created this before Trump got in there. So the fact that they were able to turn this thing around as fast as they did, now that's some good shucking and jiving right there. That is some good shucking and jiving. And I mean in a good way. There was some, egg trading going on here and there, some chicken trading. They were importing eggs. They were doing, but they got it done, $6.99, huh? I have not checked the price of eggs recently, but I have friends of mine who have eggs, and actually 2 friends that have chickens with eggs. Actually 3. Ricky's got them too. So every once in a while, if I holler, they will bring me eggs. So but for some reason I have not been doing eggs like I used to. I think it's because when I, lost my chickens, unless they're farm fresh, I just couldn't do eggs. I tried, they didn't cook right, didn't look right in the pan. I mean, just bleh. So unless they're farm fresh eggs, and I know the farmer kind of thing, I don't do eggs anymore. And I'm not being snooty. I just realized I don't do eggs anymore. Well, why? Well, and it might be that I'm subconsciously snooty because I had chickens for 30 years, and I always ate my own, farm fresh eggs and blah, blah, blah. And now they just don't do me right. But anyway, so did my clock quit? What time is it? It's about time for one of these. So the catastrophe, and that's sort of a good thing, using the eggs, right? So the catastrophe that was disastrous was the fact that egg prices were $10 a dozen. That's about $1 an egg, right? If you saw what goes into collecting that egg and putting it in the carton and getting it to the store, that's not a bad price in today's economy. I'm just saying. Also, the price of feed, oh my God, the price of feed has doubled. And so here you are. And now the catastrophe 6 weeks ago, 2 months ago, the price of eggs, we're all going to die. What are we going to do about bacon? What are we going to do? Oh, now 2 months later, because folks didn't panic that bad, they bitched and complained. But that was a catastrophic event, killing millions of birds, destroying hundreds of millions of eggs, and putting us back. It should have put us back a year, but they was able to recover in just a couple of months. Oh my God, we got some good folks in there. So what you have to be able to say is, don't panic. Is that was a disaster? It really was. It was a good night, Bernicia. God love you, sweetie. So it was a disaster. It was catastrophic for all the people who like eggs, and the fact that they couldn't get eggs, and all of that was, the way it was. So that was catastrophic at the time. Hey, John, what's up? So, but now there are more eggs. Now the price of those eggs have come down, but the price of feed is still up. The price of gasoline to transport them back and forth, that's still up. So, but the overall catastrophic crisis has been averted. But the cost of those eggs are still expensive. Now, that's going to take a little more for that to trickle down because gas is still expensive. Feed is outrageous. Feed doubled in the last 2 years. Doubled, I tell you, doubled. I couldn't get dog food for Duggar. I used to buy a 50-pound bag of dog food for like $15. You can't find a 50-pound bag of dog food anymore in this particular, maybe, but the bag size went down to 30 pounds. Now it's down to 27 pounds and it's $19 for that 27 pounds. And they're all like that. And this is one of the not cheaper, it's Alpo, right? And the cats eat it, the dog eats it. But the fact that I used to be able to get a 25-pound bag for like $8. And now it's 27 bucks. Well, it is 27 pounds, but it's $1 a pound. 27 pounds. No, it's $19 for 27 pounds. But for dry dog food. And like I said, the price has doubled. Well, almost, not quite exactly doubled, but just below it, but still. So it's like I spend more money on dog food for Duggar now. I spend an easy $35 a month, easy, probably more, just to feed Duggar and the cats in the yard. But and that doesn't count treats. That's just basic. Let's feed Duggar, right? And I wouldn't trade it in. I wouldn't stop feeding him, but that ain't the point. It has doubled. So thank goodness I don't eat much, And that's what I give him, Bernicia. I won't let him have, hey there, elderberries. Oh, it's, what time is it? 2:19. Time for bowl. Well, at the peak of the craziness, I couldn't find the canned dog food. The dry dog food was in between. Sometimes you could just only get a small bag And then sometimes, well, back then, they had 50-pound bags available. Now, I might be able to get a 50-pound bag if I go to a feed store or something. But Dollar General used to handle 50-pound bags. And the highest they go now is 27 pounds. And that's across the board with all the other dog foods and bags. So, to me, that would be worthy of a catastrophic event coming, right? For whatever reason, and I think it was because, the supply chain broke down. People making the dog food in the factories, they weren't there. Um, then there were drivers that delivered this stuff to the warehouses. The warehouse people weren't all up to snuff. So, yeah, $38 for 50 pounds. Yep. Um, and I was in Farm Tractor. It's been 2 months ago. And I was going through the feed section to see what their price was. And I don't know if it was Pedigree brand, but it was a Pedigree type dog food. A 50-pound bag was $80 frickin' dollars. $80 for a bag of dog food. I was like, no, I love Duggar to death, but no. But anyway, I can buy steak and give it to him. Thank you, Chloe. Cheers, everybody. Mm. So, to a lot of us poor people, this is devastating. I'm serious. This was a catastrophic event that changed the price of dog food. Now, it hasn't come down. The price, stayed the same from a 30-pound bag to a 27-pound bag. I don't think it was on purpose. I really don't. I think it was a matter of supply, who was on the job in the warehouses, who was working for, Purina dog food, who was working, how many people had COVID, how many people did this, how many people were laid off during that time. You know what I mean? So it better walk itself to the car. You know what I mean? Yes, but I was surprised. I looked at that and said, nah. There's a little sticker on the shelf underneath it. And I was 80, 99 or something. No freaking way. I thought $40 was bad for a 25-pound bag, But wait a minute, $40 for a 25-pound bag. $40 for 25 pounds. So 50 pounds is 40 times 2. That's 80 freaking dollars for the 50 pounds. Holy smackarolis, you know what I mean? But anyway, I really don't think they did it on purpose. I don't. I think it was one of those things because I've worked in the industry, right, with production and how things are delivered, if things don't get there on time and blah blah blah, if you don't have stuff, and so the supply chain breaks down in trying to supply what the dog food's made out of, right? So it's like you can't get your ingredients and you're like, and now you got to run a smaller production. But and so here's the thing. I think in the attempt to keep the dog food going, because in the store yesterday, and it's the first time in 3 years that I'm seeing the dog food in the aisles at this particular Dollar General that I've been going to for, since they moved it there, down from the hospital, easy to get to. Um, that all of the dog foods were full. Most of the time, there'd be like, you know, Purina, one row of dog food, it would be filled on the shelf. And the other shelves would just only have one or two bags. Cat food, same way. So anytime I went in there, sometimes they'd have Purina, sometimes they would have this one, and but never were all of the shelves filled at the same time with dog food, cat food. I turned the corner and went down the aisle and about crap myself. I was like, oh my God, it's full. It wasn't just one thing or another. No, the whole dog food aisle, cat food aisle on both sides, all the way down, was filled. And I went, be damn. First time in 3 years, honest to God. And same thing with other stores I've been in. Now, I have not been in other stores to see if they were all full, but I do keep an eye on it. But so my point is that this is the first time in 3 years that I'm aware of that dog food has been available all the way around, right? And you say, well, Dave, what does that mean? Well, I think in the business market, they started out regular 25-pound bags, 50-pound bags, like standard, right? Standard weight, 50, 25, half an. Okay. Supply and demand is starting to get weird. They still have some of this product stored in like in a silo, okay? And when they need to fill up bags, they like corn or grain in a silo, they open up the silo and let this dog mixture out and they fill up the bags, right? So management said, man, we can't keep up with 50-pound bags. Yeah, and we got the 25-pound baggers. What should we do? And because you couldn't find 50-pound bags at the time, they said, we're only going to fill 25-pound bags. Well, what are we going to do in the meantime? Well, we're going to make shorter 50-pound bags. We're going to go to like 44 pounds. They went to some weird thing before they went to 27. So they played with this. It's just the size of the bag. So all they had to do was make the bag shorter, adjust the print, and only put so much in. So they said, well, okay, so now they let the 25-pound bags run out, right? And in the meantime, they're making the shift. They're going to get rid of anything above 30 pounds because they went to 35 pounds for a while. And in the meantime, they had new bags made at 27 pounds. Okay. So they phased out the bigger bags and the 27 pounders replaced them that was already in sort of production. And then they decided, well, what size bags do we want to make on the bottom end? 14-pound bags? Yeah, okay. 13.5. Okay. And that's exactly what they did. So, but they're charging more for the product. Now, I would say that the reason they're paying more for the product is because what their basic ingredients are now costing more because of higher gas, higher this, higher that. So, um, you know, that's why the basic price hasn't come down. But they've been able to keep us supplied with dog food simply by they're still making it, it's still being delivered, people still feed their dogs, but they had to make a change. And the change was can't do 50-pound bags anymore. Not right now. We're going to have to make them smaller. We're going to do that, but everybody's still going to get dog food. And while we do this change in sizes of bags and weights, we're going to be patient. We're going to humpity bumpity over the bumps, and we're going to work it out in the long run. And right now, in my humble opinion, because it's the first time I've seen the shelves filled with dog food of all different brands now, not just one kind, right? And cat food too. So, in my humble opinion, that must mean that the crisis is over. But still going to cost a certain amount. The price is still up there. Okie dokie. Will the price ever come down? Maybe not. Okay. Got to be a realist. Maybe not. And for us folks who are tired on, incomes, that's going to hurt, because, right now between the cats and, well, that's very good, Hook. God bless you. Keep up the good work. Oh, I lost 5 pounds. I asked I was headed out of the doctor's office yesterday, and I said, I pointed over in the corner. I said, does that scale work? And she goes, yes, why? And I said, I want you to weigh me. She goes, oh, okay. I asked you what your weight was. She goes, well, I didn't fill it in. And I was like, because you found 5 pounds. I've been trying to get rid of this 5 pounds for a while. And got on the scales, did the thing, and I looked down, 190 pounds. And that was without my brace. And the last time I weighed, I was 195 pounds. So this trip to Florida and moving around and stuff and getting the new car and everything, I have lost 5 pounds. I need to lose another 10, easy. But I'm working on it. I'm moving and doing. My brother Danny Passon is kind of got some kind of gumption in me, to get up harder, more. I go to therapy again tomorrow. Oh, talk about therapy. While I was in Florida, I went to, I don't think I said, talked to this to y'all, but I'll repeat it anyway while I have another hit. Went to the Renaissance Fair, a week ago Saturday. We're walking around, we get to this spot, and there's a lady with a tent set up and table and a chair. She does um, she does massage, $2 a minute. So I say, okie dokie. And I start chatting with her. And I said, listen, I've had back surgery. Uh, I've tried to go to see other people, but they're afraid to touch me because they're afraid they might hurt me. And I said, they have no idea how much pain I'm in. Hurt me is like, please hurt me. It might make me feel better. So she was kind of laughing, and I was trying to make her feel, comfortable and everything. And I said, listen, do you have any problem with working on my back? Because, my lumbar is fused together. I've had surgery to clear out the nerve endings, but I said I've had a week after my initial surgery, they had to go back in because of the blood clot. And I said, my muscles have never had the opportunity to get straightened back out and everything, on the spine. She was, yep, I understand. And I said, so you don't mind working on my back? You're not doing, I said, I'm not asking you to sign some kind of thing, but please work on my back. Okay. For how much? And I said, $20. So let's start there. I had $50 in a special place in my wallet that I was absolutely willing to use, right? So I lay on the table, take off my shirt, lay down, put my face in the ring kind of thing. And she puts a little oil on my back and sets a timer. And she goes to just softening things up, and I'm like, all right. I said, listen now, I used to do massage. I trained folks to do massage way back in the day. I said, this is no um, um, nothing against your style of massage, nothing against your knowledge. No. But I said, I know how I used to do it. And I would, if I ask you to use a thumb or a palm or an elbow or something, and she goes, I'll do it for you, whatever you need. I said, good. So she starts in kind of soft, to unlock things. She can tell that my back is really stiff and that it needs work. She has a little bit more oil and she starts working deeper. Now, this is 2 minutes in, not long, but I can already feel some relief. Then there's been one I'm like, oh, yeah, get on down. Give me some pressure right there, and oh, yeah, that's a good place. And so now we're about 5 minutes in, and she's starting to hit a couple of spots. And I'm like, what are you using? And she says, I'm using the ball of my hand. And I said, good. I said, stand on it. What do you mean? And I was like, get up on your toes and push as hard as you can. I mean, as hard as you can. I mean, stand on it. Okay. So she using her palms and thumbs and stuff. And so now I'm about 7 minutes in, and she hits a knot that's about that big around. And my sister was watching because she said, she walked up and said, listen, our Fred's got to go, or we got to go back up to the parking lot. And okay. So now I'm sort of in a rush where I wasn't before. So, but she hits a spot about yay big around on the right side, about halfway down. And it was like somebody shot me. Lynn said, David, she said, you came off that table 3 inches. And she said, I don't know how you came off that table 3 inches. You just kind of jumped. And I did exactly. She hit that spot in my back. Ah, boom, back down. And I was like, oh, baby, stand on that one. Well, so my 10 minutes was up. I said, I got another fiver, keep rubbing that spot. So for another minute or two, but I really had to go to the parking lot. And so I gave her 25 and thanked her. And she made sure she gave me a hug before I left. And, but it proved to me that I need hands on therapy. She did me so much good in that 10 minutes. I've got to find a masseuse. Tomorrow I go to my therapy class, but they have not, in the last 3 years of going in and out with these folks over there, they have not tried any type of massage in any kind of way. And I've not seen them do anything with anybody else. It's all about an exercise. It's all about putting a ball between your leg and squeezing. It's all about sitting on the bicycle for 5 minutes. It's all about doing this. But I've not seen any of these physical therapists, and they are good, mind you, but I've not seen any one of these physical therapists actually touch another person and give them any kind of massage. The only thing they do is like help them to do the exercise or to lift or to something, But I've not seen any of these folks in the last 3 years going in and out with these folks of them ever touching a client. I'm going to find out tomorrow. We're going to have a conversation because I proved to myself that that lady therapist down in Florida, God bless you, sweetie, did more for my back in that 10 minutes by releasing that, that bad spot. So, anyway, with that said, you know, I had some good luck this last week while I was gone. You know, proved a point that I need, hands on therapy. Proved a point that, with the right therapist, it actually did me good. Proof that, oh boy. So, anyway, that to me is not disastrous. You know, it was catastrophic in a way. What do you mean, Dave? It was catastrophic how I found this lady and how she released that muscle in my back, how I jumped up off that table and damn near killed myself, and how that at the time felt like it was a catastrophe because of the pain and this. But after going back to the car and sitting around with my sister later on, and I had to drive, 3 hours back up, after I left my sister's house after the event. And I'm like, every time I got out of the Jeep, I'm like, I can actually walk. I actually got out of the Jeep and I didn't bitch. I actually stood up, which is difficult for me. I can get out a little bit, but then trying to stand is a pain. So I'd gotten out of the Jeep on the way back after that day and put my feet on the ground and stood up and went, oh shit, I just stood up, and I was like, whoa, dude. And I'm standing beside her and hold my back, and I'm like, that's the best $25 I ever spent. So, but anyway, what was catastrophic and painful at the beginning, with patience and a little time, I could stand up. Now, it's still short lived, but proved to me that under the hands of a, a good masseuse, Dave can feel better. I got to find somebody. So, anyway, not all is lost, right? Look how many years I've been putting up with this. Look how many bumps I've been over every single day. And I've tried all these other things. And every one of them has ended up in some kind of catastrophe, meaning it hasn't done me any good, right? It builds up my overall stamina, which is, guess what? It was the elk card tonight. And so it helps build up my stamina. There's nothing wrong with that. But it didn't cure the pain. And that's what we're after, right? Didn't cure the pain. So now, after all this time and me in my head knowing the answer, I even tried to go to a chiropractor, but it was $150 just to get in the office. I was like, I can't afford this now. I might have to start saving up money if they got a masseuse. If they got somebody that will actually touch me and, be able to use, I'll teach them how to do it. I'll teach them the right way to do the massage that I need because it was the same kind of massage that was taught to Dr. Riley, who worked with Edgar Casey back in the day. So I want this type of massage that was taught from Edgar Casey. Okay. Just saying. I know my shit and I want it done this way. But so, but everything costs money. But to the point though, that $25, and I know it wasn't just the lady because it was how she did it, which was the right way. It was where she did it, you know, in between my vertebrae and hit the right spots that I too can finally get some relief in my back. That's good news. That is what, 'cause exploding news, new news, exploding, from, yeah, me too, Hook. Come to Vegas and see Dr. Roach. Maybe one of these days I'll make it back to Vegas. Not anytime soon. The amount of money that this new Jeep has cost me just to accept it. And now I still got to pay the insurance, which is going to cost me like $800, like right away. Um, that sort of sucks, but get you a little 90-pound Asian. You know what? Long time ago, I mean, I was like 19 years old, lived in a trailer park on North Nebraska Avenue. And it used to be out of the city limits up near Bear Ass Avenue, okay, on North 41, um, Nebraska Avenue. And there was this old, sure enough, trailer park. And I was renting with a couple, sharing a room kind of thing, or not sharing a room, but I mean, I had my own room, but I was sharing the expenses of the trailer. But anyway, so the trailer behind us, the guy was an electrician, smart as hell and rich as. Anyway, his his live-in roommate was Japanese, for real, and she used to walk on our backs. I don't know if she was 90 pounds or not, but I remember she could work her toes. It was amazing, and after all these years, uh, years ago, when the kids were little, and I'd get them to walk on my back, but that was long before I had my back surgically altered kind of thing. But um, that Japanese girl, holy crap, she really knew how to do it. Yeah, she used to walk on her backs. Maggie was her name. He'd say, Maggie, it's time to do our backs. Oh, see, como san. She'd always do the bow thing. And he's, okay, Dave, come on, get on the floor. Crap in a bag. Hang on. I'm still coughing up that mess. Yum, yum. It's getting better, though. I need to take some honey. But anyway, so there are those times when it's so good, whatever it is, like me getting the Jeep, it's so good for me that it almost seems catastrophic. What do I mean by that? Yep, on the floor, and it was an older trailer, it was like maybe 10 foot wide, it was an older trailer. Um, in good shape, man. It had, real wood on the inside. It was really good. Well, let me tell you, she could do it now if she had a real whip. She was like a double D in the chest. She almost toppled over at times. It was kind of funny, but she was a little dainty thing. Oh, shut up, Dave. Um, I lost where I was going. Oh yeah, the wood in the trailer. No, that wasn't it. Um, Japanese girls with big tatas. No, that's not where I was going. Oh, it was the massage. Yes. So, but anyway, it's understanding that I had my leg broken and that I had to have a year plus of therapy to learn how to walk again and be able to bend my knee and all that kind of stuff. So then I worked as a the manager for our football team, Tampa Catholic, and I could, tape up elbows, arms, wrists, learned how to really tape up an ankle. And there, some of the football players, they were like, "No, man, let Dave tape me up. He knows how to do it." And that was a coach would say, "Come over here, you know, uh, Lazarus, sit down over there. Let me done. Oh, Dave's gonna do it. He'd do it in a minute." And the coach would look at me. "What do you know how to do?" And I say, "I give it an extra little tug and make it just a little tighter because I know the tape's going to stretch, and you all don't want to do it too tight because you don't want to cut off circulation." And I give it that extra little, mm, and the guys like it. No shit, yeah. Japanese low voice hearing. Oh, there are different types of anime and stuff out there now, and tuning into Tubi, Tube, Tubi, Tubi, Tubi. But and listening to a lot of them are Chinese, but a couple of them have been Japanese, and trying to listen to the difference in how they speak and the different tones. I could never speak either one, maybe a couple of words, but uh, I took Spanish for 2 years and been around Spanish people, and all I can do is say hola, you know, y tú bien. I'm not quite sure what that means. Good, and you, I think. But so, a leche means milk, Um, uh, but so, with all the years and growing up in Tampa and the Cubans and all that, all the Spanish folks at Tampa Catholic and down yonder, and it's like, and all I can do is speak a couple of words. And every person who says leche does not say it the same way. This guy says it, it's close, but that person over there, slight difference. And then I think about it, for a Mexican or Spanish person trying to listen to Americans, well, that's beer. But that over there is a fine beer. Bear, do you talking about bear? So the Mexican looking at three rednecks going, what did they just say? Because each one pronounces it slightly different, even though it's beer, you know. So I realized that cerveza. So I can see some words and kind of get along. And I used to do a half English thing with a guy down at the restaurant. I miss sitting around with Juan. We used to have some good conversations. But Juan was the guy that got his feet fried in the tennis shoes coming through the desert trying to get back to town. Uh, they'd probably deport him just in a heartbeat. Then that would be a shame. He's a nice guy and all that. I would never turn him in, but I would salute him on his way out, you know, because of how many times he's made it through the desert to come back here. I always asked him, why aren't you applying for a green card, you dumbass? You're worried about somebody catching you. I'll sponsor you. You know enough English. Let me teach you about the test you got to take and everything. You've been here 5 years for crying out loud. Get your green card, and become a damn citizen. Well, I always have to go back to Mexico and I have a house down there. So become an American citizen and go visit there. You know, you can do this rather than have to come through the freaking desert every time. And you should have seen his mother. I mean, she's just this little old granny lady, and she trudged, you know, through the hot sun in the desert with the coyotes. I said, "You talking about your mother? You both came through the desert? Yeah. See, holy shit. Now that's been 15 years ago, but holy shit, you know." So I understand the plight of some of these people. I do, I do, I do. And, they literally worked for local stuff. They weren't really taken advantage of. Now, grandma was, she was a female and she got some free, go to the doctor and the hospital and stuff. But, you know, um, Juan was just back in the United States just so he could work and earn money, and he'd earn money for a year and a half and then go back to Mexico for 6 months. Well, I don't think he does that anymore, but he's a good fellow. And he was a good worker at the Mexican restaurant in Thomasville. I would bet you that I'd have to go by there and see if they're still even open because everybody that worked there didn't have a green card. I mean, everybody. They knew when ICE was coming and they'd all haul ass. They'd get a tip from somebody, but ooh, that'd be a shame. So if ICE showed up here and said, "Are you harboring anybody?" I got some dark chocolate too. I bought some. Are you harboring any Mexicanis there, Mexicanos? No, sir. Do you know of any Mexicanos who don't have a green card? Now I'm going to start sweating. Now there's going to be perspiration showing up on my forehead, and I'm going to do my best to keep a straight face and say, "Mm, no, senor, no, no wetbacks." Um, Now, Mister No, why did you start talking like that? What do you mean? See, well, no reason. Do you know some wetbacks there, sir? Well, I have met some people at the um, Mexican restaurant. Where? Oh, up in Moultrie. I didn't know anybody in Moultrie. I knew everybody in Thomasville, so I sent them the other direction. Oh yeah, we've been up there. Every time we go in, everybody's clean. Now I know personally that when ICE was on the way, there'd be at least 4 employees that would haul ass out of that restaurant. Same thing with the one in Thomasville. At least 4 would haul ass, either the front door or the back door, depending on which end they was covering. Sometimes they go out the front because it led onto Broad Street, still does. But in downtown Thomasville, they don't want to have a bunch of ICE agents, busting the front of this restaurant. So they go around to the back to the parking lot and sneak in through through the kitchen, right? Makes sense, and it doesn't make as much diversion. So, but them Mexicans, as that back door is opening, they're out the front door. They're gone. They're gone. Yeah, go ahead and catch that little Mexican. I dare you. Mm-mm. So, but they still nab one or two, and they have over the years. But knowing these guys and working in the kitchen with some of these folks, and playing cards, during break time, because I've done some work in the restaurant for the restaurant, got paid for it. I've helped out as a waiter back in with the bar. I used to do puppet shows and play music in there to give me a little extra cash and to provide some kind of something in the restaurant. So, a long history of me working in the restaurant for doing something. And could I turn any of them guys in? No, I'd have to lie. I don't know anybody. Nope. Do you know anybody down at the restaurant? Nope. What about Juan? He says he knows you. I'm sorry. He must know another David. Yeah, but he calls you Hawkeye. Oh, shit. Well, Cheers. There are little TMI. There are little globs of snot that are in my chest that are trying to come up. And it feels like in coughing, you got to hold that sumbitch. And you cough once and it feels like it's coming a little closer to coming out. And then you cough again and it's a little closer to being ejected, right? And you cough again and it's still sitting there. And you cough one more time and it's just lodged in a new location. Son, that's what's going on right now. What time is it? It's 2:00, right? I've been on here with y'all for 2 hours and 30 minutes. Oh, and by the way, I tried to do the live stream with the computer again, and it's still wacky. But I got some new insight about going back in Windows and looking for something that might be it might have been something they left in my cache. And so, technically it is 3:00 here. I don't set my clocks up still after all these years. So I know there were people who are really worried about the tariffs. And I'm saying, don't be. I know everybody is trying to drive people crazy with it. Having seen our business go to Mexico, having seen how they did it, how the company did it, how negotiations were done, how this was over here, that they made us move the machines. And then when we moved all the machines out, then we went home because our job was done. It sucked, you know. So there are folks who understand what it means in here, in the heart, in the chest, to, and so people are like, well, I don't know what Trump's doing, trying to get all these companies come back in. Okay. Yes, I've seen the companies go out, but years ago, 40 years ago, there were companies coming in. Oh, you're welcome. Look, please be safe, be healthy. It's always good to see you and interact with you. But so many, 40 years ago, there were companies moving into Moultrie. They were moving into Thomasville. Spiral Step Tool was one, and they made tiny little drill bits about yay long, and they were special high speed steel. Uh, they had special flutes on them, and so they moved all this equipment into a couple of buildings that were already empty. They hired about 35 people. They needed a machine shop to help take care of the rest of the plant, which wasn't very big. And they offered, profit sharing with the company. They offered a really good salary for the time in the area. Uh, there was an air conditioned building. The management was fair to middling. The guy was from Sweden or something, or had worked over there. He still had an accent. So he wasn't American. All right. So the business is up and running. I go to work there after about 8 months that they started. I meet my buddy Tommy, that's been over 40 years. I've known him working in the machine shop there. I'd left Mall Aircraft to go to work for these guys, and I'm making good money. Everything's working out. There's nothing negative about this. Um, and then one day I walked in and there was a pink slip. Now we got paid on Thursdays, but Tuesdays and Wednesdays were the days that we put our time in and it was logged in and blah, blah, blah. Back before there was direct deposit. So, but we always got our paychecks on Friday, and you'd go to the time clock and your check would be where your time card was. Standard. We knew it. Go over there and there's a pink slip. There's a pink slip on my toolbox in the machine shop area. The folks in the other side, they're all talking. The machines make a really high whine when they're running. There's no noise. We had all got pink slips at the same time. So a couple of days later, we all got our paychecks, and because we were profit sharing at the time, we had to come in the following week and get our, because there was always a week held out, right? So we got our last paycheck, and we also got our check for the um, profit sharing. When we went back the next week to get those, it was a Tuesday or Wednesday, right? They had to give them time to get everything processed. So we go back to the plant. There's nothing there. All the machines are gone. Now, on the machine shop side, there was a couple of machines, but they're really heavy, right? And so, and this is only like Tuesday or Wednesday, right? So, but all those other machines that did all the spiral stuff, and there were grinders and other kinds, there were instruments, there was a whole room that was a special meteorology, there was for measurements and things, climate controlled, and it was all gone. Gone. Where'd it go? Nobody knows. Were they in trouble? No, the company wasn't in any trouble. They didn't owe anybody anything. As far as we knew, they weren't being chased or anything. There were some companies that tried setting up that were really no good. They were just, no good. But they got found out and, turned over or just didn't go into business. But this one was just like, so where did Spiral Step Tool go? And part of it branched off to a little shop down in this corner of Thomasville. Nobody drives by there because it's like almost a dead end. And it's nothing but industrial down that little road. So they got a shop going. But the industrial, sure enough, the twist drill bit moved to some other city further north from here. And they just thought it would be more advantageous was the answer. That was it. So on a whim, they came in, fired everybody, moved the whole frickin' all the machines and everything and set up somewhere else and never batted an eye. I damn sure know what it feels like. I've seen the transitions. I've seen them move in, get everything ready, and then all of a sudden, whoops, you watch them move out. Or, You go in one day and the shit's just gone. And that's happened before too. So, one of my ex-wives was working at a as a seamstress at a sewing factory. And there was about 15 women working in there, not a big place. And he would get small run jobs. So, if Levi's needed so many pairs of jeans of this size with this material in this style. And so sometimes some of the sewing factories would not accept it because how many you want? Well, we want 2,000. Nah, they don't even want to get set up on that. 2,000 ain't shit. That's like, less than a week's worth of work. Now we want something, how many did you say you want? 10,000? 15,000? Is that how many you want? And you want them by when? You know, um, and so they had to go with larger numbers. But so this guy that was the manager of this place, he knew folks who did small runs of jeans and with different types of material. And some of the material was really heavy. I mean, just sure enough, last forever kind of blue jeans. And so my wife worked there, right? And and she went in one morning, dropped her off, and kissed her goodbye, and she went in the back door of the plant, always does, And I turned around in the parking lot while I was heading out, and she come back out the door, and she was like, "Hey, wait, wait, wait," and I was like, "What?" She goes, "Wait on me," and I said, "Well, I'm gonna be late for work." She said, "But there's nothing in here. All the machines are gone." And I went, "What?" So I backed out, sure enough, and walked over because I knew one of the mechanics, one of the sewing machine mechanics, and they'd moved every single one of them sewing machines out. I'm just overnight. Or you know what? It might have been a Monday. It might have been a Monday. It might have been over the weekend they went in, and it was a Monday they went into work, and it was empty. That was it. But it was still over. It was still overnight. You know what I mean? So I don't know about other people in other places, but I know what businesses have done down here. Now, there are some businesses that have started that I work for. They're still in business after 40 years. There's a tire recapping place. They're well noted for the work that they do and et cetera. I worked for them when they first got started. This other company, blah, blah, blah. So, not every company is a flop, and some of them make it and some of them don't. But cheers. So it's hard for me to admit, but it ain't. Since I've been riding around in my dead brother's car, I know that sounds weird, but it's the truth. And his trailer's right up here, and it's really falling in now. It's going to require some collective tearing down and burning stuff and having piles of shit. Anyway, it's going to require some really heavy duty work. But so here I am driving around in my dead brother's Jeep. I'm so paranoid. When I went to get the tag on last Friday, I go upstairs to the tag office. I go in, here's my stuff, here's the tag, here's the title. You don't need the tag, do you? No. Okay. So that'll be $637. Yes, ma'am. So I got my little purse that I've been saving money in for the last year, right? So much a month I put in my little pouch. So I take a deep breath and I start counting money. You know, there's, 120s, there's another 120s, there's another 120s, there's 300, Wait, you needed, okay, there's 400, there's 500, there's 600, and 240s for the $37. Okay, so she's typing it up because she's going to give me the tag on the spot, filling out the um, um, registration. She's given me instructions, uh, got my insurance thing, and everything's going fine. And I'm to the point of like, come on, let everything go right. So she's stamp, stamp, bump, bump. Here's the money. Everything's paid for. Thank you, Mr. No. Have a good weekend. Thank you, ma'am. Miss Maddie. That's important to the rest of the story. So, so I'm so tickled because nothing ever really runs that smooth for me. There's always got to be a hiccup. Even though I'm trying my best to do it straight, there's always a bump in the road, right? So I'm like, they're going to send me the title in the mail in 2 weeks. Okay, I have the registration in my hand. Okay, I have a tag with a sticker on it that's good till September. Okay, it's only going to cost me $20 in September. That's good. Oh, holy crap. Oh, man, I got the tag in my hand. Oh, man. So I'm going down the stairs, and I didn't take the elevator. I went down the stairs. And as I'm going down the stairs, I'm thinking about it. Doug's in the car, and oh, man, I got the tag. Oh, man, I got the sticker. Oh, man, I got insurance. Oh, man, nothing happened. Oh, man, nothing happened. Oh, God. And I go out to the Jeep. Duggar, hi, how you doing? I'm sitting in the Jeep and I'm going, oh my God, I gotta change the tag. I was so paranoid. I went down 3 blocks to Bale Mercantile, where I have had a charge account for the last 45 years. And that I went in there and bought 2 adjustable wrenches. They were really too expensive, but that are going to stay in the car now. And I drove down to the parking lot. I had to pay my bill at Bales anyway, but bought the 2 wrenches, 2 crescent wrenches, 2 adjustable crescent wrenches. Was standing in the parking lot looking at the wrenches, and I went, I'm not waiting to go home. I got to take that tag off now. Because all I could think of is I'm driving now that I have the tag, and now that I have the registration, now it's not a dead man's car, it's my car, but it's damn sure a dead man's tag. Holy shit. If I get stopped with this thing, I got a dead man's tag on the thing. But officer, here's no, you got a dead man's tag on there. No, holy shit. So I'm standing out in the parking lot, wiggling my legs like, I got to change this thing now. I am so freaking paranoid. So I changed the tag in the parking lot of Bales. But at the time, I was like, that was a catastrophic. See, I'm bringing this around. That was a catastrophic event for me. If I did not change that tag, I knew they were going to stop me. I knew I was going to get a ticket because my luck never runs. So I was so freaking paranoid. I had to change that tag right then. So, and it would have been disastrous, All of this is related. So there are all these tiny little things in life, and then there are the bigger things. But like the cards I pulled tonight on Robert's, well, the Milky Way Soul Tribe, the cards that I pulled, directly relate to what's going on with stuff. We got to stop being panicky, you know? We got to be like the frog, and we got to clean up our act and don't waller in the mud and get stuck in the mire and end up getting sucked down in the quicksand. We got to be more, we got to be better than that. And the elk, in the end of it too, will give us, no, it was moose. Moose will give us the wisdom as long as we're patient. And frog teaches us we got to sit. Oh no, ant says we have to be patient and sit still and let things go, And so, but all of the cards tonight just related to me. And so, but it all makes absolute sense. Stop being in a panic mode about any of it. There is nothing we can do on the grand scheme of the big picture. So why be in a doom and gloom mode when all we can do is be patient and watch how we got to see what happens for the long haul? We got no other choice. But should we be upset about it? Should we drive our brains insane? Should we, give ourselves heart attacks with the stress and the stress? No. Calm down. Calm down. Sit on that lily pad, keep an eye on stuff, jump in and get nice and cleaned off. Currently, some of the things that I think are disastrous is the fact that the mainstream media is still getting away with what they're doing. They're making shit up. Was listening to this commentator making shit up. Was listening to that commentator. They're making shit up. Now, who should I listen to? I've listened to several front page, look at the screen, live on TV interviews with Elon Musk and his panel of dogers, questions answered legitimately, smartly, with elegance. Questions were answered. And other people are going, you don't know what you're talking about. Yes, I do. Because I'm, having been working with, major players in some of these corporations that moved in and out and all that. Yeah. Do I know everything? No, but I see the workings. I ain't stupid, from all the things I just said before about companies moving in and out. So what's that got to do with it? What's that got to do with it? What's it got to do with us? The stage has already been set. Okay. The tariffs. Tariffs are the tripping wire. Why? You charge us 15% and we don't charge you nothing. You can roll into my house and set up your bistro kiosk and start selling cell phone cases right here on my front lawn. And you don't have to give me no money. You can just set up and just go to town. But now I want to sell you some stuff, but you're going to charge me, in order for you to buy it, you're going to charge me 15% for the right to sell it to you. Well, it costs $100. Yeah, but 15% of that, it's 100 and some odd dollars. What are you talking about? Now that's to the buyer. Well, you have to pay the tariff. You have to pay the tax. But the guy who moved in on your lawn ain't got to pay nothing. So Trump is basically telling the folks that want to move into our front lawn, they want to bring stuff in and sell it, or or it's already sold and they're bringing it in. That's true too. Like Walmart would buy a bunch of stuff in a bunch of them containers. So they done paid for what's in them containers. They're just waiting on delivery, right? Well, in order for it to be delivered, they have to pay the tariff. Well, wait a minute. We already bought the materials. Yeah, that's okay, but you're going to have to pay a tariff to bring it in. How much is that? Um, that that box worth? What's in it? Well, it's children's toys. Okay, it has a value of blah blah blah. So your tariff is nothing to come into the United States. Come on in. Go sell it. Go do whatever you want to do. But now, because that country charges 15%, and Trump has said, reciprocal, what does that mean? Whatever you do, I get to do. It's sort of like an eye for an eye. You poke me in the eye, I get to poke you in the eye. That's how that goes. What do you mean, Hawkeye? So it's 15% over there. Let's just make it 10 so I can add correctly. So this item costs $100, but because there's a 10% on it, now you have to pay $110. Right. Now there's a $10 surcharge along with the $100. But you got to pay the surcharge before I can send it in there to even offer it for sale. Oh, really? But you get to come in with your, cell phone covers. Don't have to pay a dime. Just come on in. How much you charging doesn't matter. You don't have to pay any tax or tariff. Just come on. So now the guys are going, you can't come in like that. We just closed the screen door. Sorry. You're charging us, 10 cents on the dollar, $10 on 100, 100 on 1,000. I mean, that's an easy one to. So Trump says, but we're going to charge you at least 10%. You're charging us 50%. 50, not 15, 50. But we're not trying to be ugly to you. But we're going to charge at least 10%. That's just fair. Because we have not charged you anything. But now, because we're kind of broke, we could really use the money, and you've been getting by for nothing all this time. So now you got to pay us 10% too. So that's $100. Well, then that's $10 tax. Sorry about that, but come on in. You can still come in, but you just got to pay this $10 tax per $100. So how much you owe us? Well, there's $1 million worth of stuff there. So what's 10% of $1 million? I think it's like 100,000. It's like, what? You got to move them zeros. So just like, what? So for every one of them pods on a boat, on a ship, there might be at least $1 million worth of merchandise in one of those containers. Okay. So in order to bring that container ashore and release it to the peoples, if it's $1 million worth, then they gotta pay $100,000 tax to the United States government, to us. And everybody says, well, that's wrong. How are we going to make money off of this deal? Have you seen how many of those 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 containers are out there sitting in San Francisco Bay on one ship? Look at them all out there in the Pacific waiting to come in, waiting to be offloaded. All of them from most of them from other countries. And they're all going to have to pay that 10%. For every $100, it's $1 or $10. So for $1 million, it's 100,000. And so wait a minute, how's this going to work? Trump is an idiot. He's going to affect everything going on. Yeah, these things are already sold, okay? Because they bought them from China or whatever. So these things are already sold to Walmart. They already bought it. But in order to bring it on in, they're going to have to pay the tax. Oh, holy shit. Now, I do not see a dang thing wrong with none of that. You hear me? Do you hear me? There ain't nothing wrong with that. But everybody is in one of them panics. They're a panicaholic, in my humble opinion. And what's Trump came up with another Trumpaholics, no, not Trumpaholic, panic something. Anyway, I thought it was funny. A $15 Chinese watch will be $50 now American. Right now, I'm going to hit this bowl one more time, and I'll have to wait till tomorrow to do the math. But to the point, though, all these other folks are bitching and complaining. It's going to put us back, and it's going to do with this, it's going to do with that, and it's like, yeah, but if they say, well, wait a minute, now listen here, you've been charging us 10% all these years, we ain't charged you nothing. You could just drop your tariff, and we would both just end up with zero. Neither one of us would have to pay a tax on it. We can take our cars and take them over to your country and sell them. We don't have to pay any tax. You can bring your stuff over here and sell them, and you don't have to pay any tax. How about that? That is the ultimate option, you dumbass. What? I was listening to a preacher, Vincent. God, every time I want to say his name, I can't remember. Anyway, he's like, I can't believe these people. Dumbass, excuse me, Lord. And I can't believe they're a dumbass. Excuse me, Lord. He was just getting down on the, especially the black folk, his own congregation kind of thing, panicking over these things. And he's like, the Lord said, and Jesus, but he was right. And his argument was right on. And these stupid people, and why are you doing this? And how come you're panicking, And so, anyway, Vincent Edwards, Reverend Everett Vincent something. Anyway, I love the guy watching him. So, and he was on it today too. He said, Trump wants to change Black history. He says, Trump has said that we need to tell the truth about our history. And so he jumped right in there and he said, And as far as that, he said, the whites never made us slaves. The African people who sold us to the white man are the ones who turned us into slaves, not the white man. The white man just bought us. Now, that ain't right, but they're not the ones. They didn't go out in the jungle and collect us. No, it was the black man that did it to us. So it's like, well, wait a minute, what are you talking about? In the what? In the something. Where'd that go? Oh, come on. It won't come back up. Oh well. Um, so he was just busting it. He said, this Black History Month is so stupid. He said, when people find out the things that Martin Luther King actually did, he said, I went to this Black History thing in Memphis. And he said, where Martin Luther King was shot and all this. And he said, it was all about how Whitey put us down, how the white man has oppressed us, how the white man has done nothing to help the Negro. And he said, everywhere you looked, it was all about that. He said, that's got to go. He said, because that's not the truth. White men voted for the black man to vote. Black man couldn't vote till the white man stepped in. And it was some of them Republicans too. So the idea that somehow a racist white man has kept the black man down when it was them same white man that gave the right for black folk to vote. What? So he's telling it like it is. And he's like, I support, uh, you know, what Trump's doing. He wants to tell the truth. There are people in history that really need to be um, venerated for what they've done. What you call it, they invented peanut butter. But he's like Martin Luther King. He don't need to be venerated like he's God Almighty. He wasn't. He was porking girls on the side. There was even an incident where he supposedly killed somebody back in like 59 or 60. There were all these other things. And so now this is a black man telling it, right? And so, and how he's been to these Holocaust type Black history museums. And he goes, they all got it wrong. It's everything is the white man. That's the reason that the black man can't get ahead. It's been 60 years later, and look what the black man can do. He can become the president, but it's still about how doom and gloom. And he goes, President Trump wants to fix that. And he said, and I'm all for it. And I'm like, whoa, you go for it, Vince. You know, Vince Everett Ellison. Anyway, I'll think of it or it'll come to me. But he does about 30 minutes when he does a video, sometimes longer. But he'll get down and holler at you, But he said, ah, damn stupid. Forgive me, Lord. Anyway, so there are lots of people, especially the black community. I love it, in that they're thinking for themselves. Most of them already have. They are tired of being taken advantage of by other black folk. The Reverend Jacksons and Al Sharpton. What is he still doing alive? What? How come anything he says has any validity to anything. I mean, just, uh, you know, and that Crockett lady, oh, good Lord have mercy, you know, and how is she allowed to continuously speak lies? It's not just an opinion, it's that Donald Trump tried to rape a woman back in the early, oh my God. And every time she gets in front of a microphone, she goes through the same diatribe again. And it's like, use the time to be constructive instead of so destructive. But the thing is, they keep repeating the same narrative. You know, oh, the tariffs are going to bring down the United States. Everything is a constitutional dilemma. The Constitution is being ripped apart. How is it being misused? The courts just told him he could use that 1798 ruling to be able to deport these people who have obviously invaded the United States, that came across the borders in vast numbers without any permission from anybody. And you don't consider that an invasion? I do, and I'm not the president. So a lot of other people feel the same way. So is it an invasion? That was one of the issues, right? And so Supreme Court 5-4, guess what? 4 women over here and 5 guys stuck together. Thank you, Jesus. Remember the day when women weren't allowed to be judges on anywhere, especially on the Supreme Court? So you get these 4 chicks go, man, I don't know. You should give all those, you know, father rapers and mother rapers and baby rapers, you know, you just can't send them off to a bad prison. You know, they got to have their due process. How about we just take them up in the air and drop them out the back of a C-47, you know? How about we, you know, whoops, you tripped? I'll see you later. Um, you know, there's that possibility. But no, we don't want to be mean to people who have killed other people. Oh, God forbid we should be mean to a murderer, you know? Wait a minute, he's a baby raper. Oh, well, you know, bring him back. He's got to have his day in court. Are you freaking kidding me? Are you serious? And these people have gone, wacko. Now, when we say, oh, that guy, he was a, you know, yes, he was illegal, but he never did anything wrong. And they deported him and he should come back and have his day in court. He might have just, maybe he should have just been deported and not sent to jail. Okay, so bring him back. All right, make a mistake, bring him on back. But you want to bring the whole busload of them back? Do you know how much it costs to house these murderers type people in our system? How much manpower, how much all of that costs? How much room, how many spaces it takes up? I mean, apparently you folk ain't paying attention. And you want these baby rapers to be let out. I mean, nah. I'm sorry, but you know, I'm an old hippie, but that kind of shit never goes right. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Who's that? I don't have my glasses on. So, but the 4 women on the Supreme Court who I thought would have had a little bit more compassion for the baby of the baby raper, of the murdered versus the murderer. Wait, are you thinking of the person that was murdered? Well, yeah, he murdered this person, or so they say. No, he's been convicted. No, he really did do it. Yeah, well, we just can't send him off to that bad prison. How about we put a bullet in that son bitch's head? Bang! You're dead. Oh, we don't have to spend any more money. That's his plane ticket right there. Somebody drag him off over there. We'll put him in a pauper's grave. But no, next. Wait a minute. So they want to save the baby rapers. I mean, really, that's what they want to do. Are people waking up to that? There are some people who are. And I say, you want this baby raper back? Okay. Judge, we're going to bring him back and we're going to drop him off in your front yard. Now, we're going to have a patrol unit sitting out there on the other side of the sidewalk, but we're just going to turn him loose in your yard. Okay. Are your children playing in the yard today, sir? Are they in the backyard? We'll put him in the backyard too. We can help him, And we're gonna put that baby raper in your yard. You can take care of him, okay? You can house him and do whatever until he goes to trial. How about that one? Wait a minute, you can't do that. Why not? Because of the wonderful things he does. I'm off to see the wizard, the wonderful Wizard of Oz. Anyway, so there's another dipshit for you. But here's the interesting thing. Now they say Trump can go ahead and do his thing because the judge that interrupted what was going on was out of his jurisdiction. Okay. Which means these guys were picked up in Texas. And because a Texas judge didn't put in an injunction, because a Texas judge would be within the jurisdiction. So this federal guy or anybody else, especially out of the state of Texas, if there was a judge in North Texas, he could probably work it out. But, if you got a judge in Oregon wants to jump in and say something, can't do it. It's way out of your jurisdiction. Now, for a long time, I couldn't figure out what jurisdiction meant. Jurisdiction is basically, if you're a federal judge in Georgia, you're a federal judge in Georgia, not Alabama, not Michigan, not Massachusetts. You're a federal judge in Georgia. So those things that require your business as a federal judge. So Georgia is your jurisdiction. The area is your jurisdiction. So when you're a small town judge, like in the city of Moultrie, the judge in Moultrie, his jurisdiction would be up to the city limits, maybe out to the county, depending on the situation. So a local judge is his jurisdiction's only as good as the county line, all the way around, right? So federal judge, your jurisdiction is only as good as where you are an appointed judge. So and a judge in Atlanta would only be good for that jurisdiction, not for DC. So a DC judge puts in this order from his jurisdiction, which is in Washington, to try to stop something that happened in Texas out of his jurisdiction. Now, the only way that the Democrats could fix that would be to get a judge or two, you know, in the state of Texas to like, well, we need to do an injunction. We need to file a suit. But somebody, and was the 5-4 decision. So somebody in Wisconsin, a judge in Wisconsin, can't stop stuff that's going on in another state. Regardless of what it is, they're out of their jurisdiction. And I say, yeehaw. Now, that's not a big win for the law in certain circumstances. And you say, well, they cheated. Yeah, they did. Sure, they did. But the law of judges, so for the judge, his rule, he stepped out of his line. He was out of line. Not the American people, not the law. No, that judge was out of line because he was outside of his jurisdiction. He was outside of his fenced in yard. He was supposed to stay inside, the fenced in yard there, and he didn't. He went beyond it. He looked over it, tore down a section of his fence to get through, and they said, sorry, you got to put the fence up and get back in there. And don't do that again. You got to stay within your jurisdiction. So I see that ruling right there. Other people are going to go, nah, Trump won, blah, blah, blah. What did they do over here? Blah, blah, blah. I think you all need to stop and look at what they really did. What they really did. You can't do anything out of your jurisdiction. What have the Democrat judges and them folks been doing? They've been doing things out of their jurisdiction. So there are filings and suits and stuff by certain, lawyers and places and things. The bottom line is you can't keep doing that because you're out of your jurisdiction. Don't care if the guy's guilty or not. You can't keep prosecuting him because you, judge, are out of your jurisdiction. You're going to have find somebody in Chicago. You're in freaking Wyoming. You can't do this, or vice versa. There's a judge in Chicago trying to interrupt what's going on in Wyoming. Nope. Sorry. Well, that's basically what happened here with this guy. He's a judge in Washington, and he tries to interrupt something that's going on in Texas. Now, that didn't really so much affect the rule of whether it was a war or whether it was an invasion or whether it's, constitutionally. And here's my thing. You're an illegal alien. Illegal alien. You have no constitutional rights. Just because you're sitting, in the middle of the United States does not give you United States citizens' rights. You're a foreigner. I'm sorry, but that's the rules. Oh, well, he's a human being. Don't care. He's not a citizen. He does not have the same rights as me and or you. However, this Mexican person, not trying to pick on him, now this Mexican person is illegal. Oh, yeah, but he can do so much for us. His wife, cleans my laundry, and he's been our landscaper for years, and but he is here illegally. Bottom line, flat out, Not he broke the law because they're here illegally. Been here 10 years. They had opportunity for 10 years to become citizens. At least legal, citizenship, and you didn't do any of it. So I think you're guilty of that as well. What do you mean, Hawkeye? You're being mean. No, because that is the rules. So, but this person, don't care how long they've been here, they're not legal beagle citizens. They do not have the same rights as me or you. So that's their argument. Oh, it doesn't matter that they're not citizens. They should have the same human rights as me or you. Well, yeah, but that don't mean that they shouldn't deport his ass. I'm sorry. You came here illegally. You don't have a green card. You don't have proof of ID, and and you wonder why we want to send you out of here because we don't know who you are. We don't know where you're from. We don't know what you're up to. Out of here, right? We don't see you trying to make any effort to become one of us. You're out of here. Sorry, if I was in another country and that happened, they'd kick me out or put me in prison, gulag kind of thing, right? So, but these people are allowed to get driver's license. In some cases, they found out that their illegals would get a driver's license within 3 months of being in the country. A driver's license and a social security number. So now we had 10 million illegals come in, and different states were giving them driver's license for free now and social security numbers. And everybody's worried about what's going on with the social security. They were 10 million illegals who came into our country. 10 million of them were given illegally because they were not citizens, not even green cards. They had applied for temporary work and they were given a driver's license and a social security number. So, with that social security number, they have been collecting benefits. That's how they got the benefits to them. Oh, you've been here a month. Here's your driver's license. Oh, and by the way, here's your social security number. So now they're registered, one would say legally, but they ain't. So how come they're getting $2,000 a month and I'm still finally getting $1,500? But they're getting 2,000. Yeah, but they got a social security number. Yeah, but they're illegal. They don't even have a green card. Yeah, but they got a social security number. And the machine that they've been talking about, that there's a secret that's been happening. This machine has been sending out checks. Oop, it's Friday. I got 30 checks to send out. Does anybody know how much? No. Was it for $10? No, it was for 100 million. What? Yeah, this thing just cut a check for $100 million going to Boo Boo Bam Bam. Okay. What? Wait, what? Yeah, there are 10 more, checks it's spitting out today. Wait a minute. That one's for $99 billion? Who's that going to? Some person in Djibouti. What's that one for? Oh, this is going to a girls' school in the Antarctic. What? Yeah, it's for the Southern Igloo, they claim. And what? So this machine just spits out the check. It spits out the money to go out. And nobody knows where the money goes. All alone goes where my glory goes. and nobody knows. Anyway, bad. So, and there's at least 10 million illegals who were given driver's licenses and social security numbers who have been receiving benefits without permission. You know what I mean? They're working, or most of them are working class. They're healthy enough and all that kind of stuff. Um, why are they getting checks? Why are they getting money? Why are they getting housing? How come they're getting more money than I am? And I paid into the system for 60 years, and all of us boomers who worked our ass off, who are retiring, where's our money? You know? So, but now what about Doge? What about Elon? Pay attention. Elon, I wish you good luck. Find them some bitches. Find them all. Here's my name and my social security number. It ain't me. So go find the ones that aren't willing to show you their social security numbers. Are you a citizen? Oh, me no habla inglés. Wait. It says on your driver's license here, you got a social security number. Oh, si, senor. Do you have a green card? Well, oh, but you have a social security number. Si, senor. Hey, Elon, here's one. you know, where are you going? He's got a social security number. We can't deport him. Why? Because he gets a social security number. We have to treat him like the rest of us because he has a social security number and a driver's license in the state of New York or whatever other state it is. Because they have a driver's license and a social security number. Now they must be treated like a normal citizen because the Democrats handed them these things that are now valid things to argue in court. Where before, what you going to argue about? Well, they got a driver's license. Yes, Your Honor. And by having a driver's license, it means that they're committed to being an American citizen and they should be treated better than just a common criminal. See their point? But Your Honor, they was given a social security number because we thought that they were going to stay here. Yeah, but you gave them a social security number with a 3-month temporary visa. How could you possibly give them a social security number on a 3-month temporary visa? Well, we were in a hurry. It sounds like they were just sitting there handing shit out, right? They had to have it all planned. So I want them Doge boys to stick around. I want them to find the ones that were given the driver's licenses, that were given the social security numbers when they ain't citizens. They weren't born here. They ain't nothing. I'm sorry. Toss their funky ass out and start over. You know, there are too many of us who worked for this and we ain't getting what we paid in. So, am I mad? Oh, yeah. Do I want Doge to dig around in some more Social Security stuff? You betcha. I want them to find those rascals. Now, here's the thing I don't feel that the people who receive the driver's license and the Social Security card number, I don't feel that they're the ones at fault. Yeah, they came in illegally, but who issued you that number? Who issued that Social Security number to you? who issued your driver's license knowing that you were illegal. Well, now that's going to put a lot of common folk on the line. There's going to be some little old lady that, sitting in there, CC North, give me, $20 and blah, 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 take your picture, here's your license. Because you have special 3-month whatever, right? So they don't really question it. You don't need, like for me in Georgia, the next time I go for my driver's license in 76, I think, then I got to take my birth certificate. I've been a resident of the state of Georgia for the last 55 years, 55 years, yeah. And so, and I've had a driver's license in the state of Georgia, and I've been on the rolls for all this. You still want me to bring a birth certificate? That's because they're afraid of fraud. I used to be pissed off, and it's like, no, here's my birth certificate. Here you go. I'm proud to show my ID because there are people stealing shit all around us, and we ain't even aware of it. Somebody could go in there knowing what my birth date and when my driver's license was due and walk in there and say, hi, I'm David Nolan. I want to do it, well, I don't have my license, but I live at this address and here, take my picture. And they could look similar to me or whatever and get away with it, right? Off they go. I go in to get my driver's license renewed and I go, we already gave a card out to this guy. What? You know what I mean? So, and people are getting more bold with this stuff. So it doesn't bother me now. I'll take my birth certificate, You want my fingerprint? I have been fingerprinted before too in Georgia and Florida. So, you got me 2 places. And in Moultrie, in Colquitt County, and I've been fingerprinted. So I know who I am, do you? you know. But so the catastrophe of all of this, and yes, it is, the catastrophe is that some people feel so desperate and in their panic mode, they have to try even more shenanigans. They're trying to get by with slick shit. There are guys in Somalia who are breaking into computers over here. Honestly, not dishonestly they're breaking in, but it's honestly true. And so there are folks who are doing this stuff. They know how to break into a this and a that. And one of the things I found out today was that how they stole the election is because the computers and things that they use to store the information and so forth, they have, most folks know what RAM is. It's random access memory. And it means that it works while the machine's on. It doesn't really store anything. It helps add and subtract, and it helps to do some other things with some programs. But then, then when you shut the computer off, it forgets everything, and that's that. So, what the folks overseas have come up with is a way, and some of them, it's already built into the Chinese, Japanese machines in a little spot and back in the back on the chip sent to you brand new. So all they have to do is say hi to it, and it will basically turn this little program on. But it will only work for a split second in random access. So it leaves no paper trail. And it's just a little kernel of information and it will figure out something. So it does it in the random memory. And then once it does it, it's done, quits, and shuts itself off and disappears. Hey Sheila, how you doing? So so it's like, what? So the way they stole the elections were that they knew how much of a margin they could do, like they did here in Georgia. You know, Trump was ahead by a shitload. Woke up the next morning and it was like, what? Who brought a truckload of ballots in? It, and anyway, so but what they did is that this little program would basically look at what's there for candidate 1, 2, and it had to be a certain um, profit margin, or how far apart, what the win is anyway. And so it would collect it. So if Trump was 140,000 million, then they would calculate 142,000 and half a million, just enough to be over it, but without being too stinking crazy. So the algorithm would open up, change whatever was necessary in the random access, and say, look at Trump and say, oh, you got 140, we're going to bump you to 138. We're going to give those numbers to the other side, to Biden. And plus, he's got a couple of others. We're just going to add some. And then it goes click, bing, bang, and shuts off. But when it shuts off, Trump's got 138 million, and Biden is now 142 million. And you go, what the fridge just happened? The algorithm in random access did it. So there's no paper trail, there's no virus there, except these crazy people started getting more bold, as they do. How much more can we change? How much more can we get? They have been inserting this little blob into some of the computer chips while they're being manufactured. So before the chip even goes in the machine, it's already got this little tiny packet of information, so that whenever the hacker knocks on the door, it opens up, works in RAM, and quits. Nobody knows it's there but them that put it in there. But now they're finding that there are certain ways that they can track that down to where there might be something in there, et cetera. But here's the point, though. You say that's why Trump wants paper ballots same day, period, because they cannot fudge that. He already knows, somebody's already explained to him and his staff that this is what these hackers are doing, and they're able to keep the you know Biden would have never won by bunches, but he won, right? Kamala might have won, but not by bunches. It would have been, oh, he almost did, but she beat him out. And but they learned to go in. Here's the thing. So some of the hackers that stopped the hackers put a little hack in that said, if anybody knocks on this door, it's going to open this packet first, which changes the algorithms of the next packet. And then they both disappear. But instead of it stealing or changing it out, it cancels whatever the other packet was going to do, making it non-effective. It didn't delete it. Just, oh, we're supposed to have 2% times. Nope, sorry, there's nothing there but a zero. Oh crap, and it shuts off. So they were able to do that to stop the rigged election because it really was rigged. The Diebold, Diebold, machines. There were a bunch of us in the state of Georgia who were like, no, do not use their machines. Do not trust them sons of bitches. And they've been using Diebold, right? So because they already had, oh, there's nothing on them. Bullshit. They had this little kernel of information. Too many elections around here in the state of Georgia got flipped when there's no way it should have been that way. But anyway, so Trump's not an idiot. So one day paper ballots. So nobody can even try to rig anything. It's straight up. Can you argue with that? Oh, yeah, but we got to argue with that. We can't have that. Oh, my God. Okay. What else you want to argue about? Because that right there, voter registration, ID, that's catastrophic. Do you hear me? That's catastrophic. We can't have that. What did you? Oh, dang it. No, I don't want to do that. What time is it? Oh, it's time for a 20. Okay. I'll do one more and then I got to go. It's 3 hours and what? 45 minutes. I can't believe it. I'm doing another 4 hour one. How long's it been since I've done a 4 hour one? But anyway, so, but any of this in here, we got to really be patient. These folks who are, complaining about things are rocky. Oh my God, things are rocky. Yeah. We're trying to fix a 60-year-old problem, We're trying to dig down where all this stuff is being wasted. I would like to know who's getting some of my check. I want to know who's got a Social Security card that's getting some of my money and some of my benefits. Wouldn't you like to know? It could be some big fat slob sitting somewhere eating candy all the time. Or it could be somebody that's working as a landscaper, and he's got the money, he takes his kids. Because I knew a Mexican person who was manager of a famous restaurant, who owned a house, who bought another house and rented out to his Mexican friends, who also had a condo down on the ocean, okay, down around St. George Island. And drives around in a brand new Mustang. Wait. But he's a Mexican. He's a Mexican. His wife still gets food stamp kind of thing. She still gets the thing for the kids. Her kids still get supplements when they go to school because they weren't born here. One of them was and the other one, but anyway, the oldest one wasn't. But so they've got all these things, but still getting government stuff. At the time I had my truck and my piece of property, and I'm just eking by because my Social Security check has been cut due to lack of funds within the system. And these folks are getting away with straight up shit. Wait a minute. So y'all keep fussing with that Social Security. Y'all keep fussing with it. You're going to find so much stuff in there. And Elon and friends, please keep digging because there's stuff in there needs to come out. They need to quit wasting my money and my other friends born in my time zone. No, this is enough. It's enough. It's enough. It's enough. So who am I going to vote for? Trump. And if Elon run for office, I'd vote for him. But he's got my vote as far as everybody bitching about looking into Social Security. No, from what I just told you, he needs somebody, him, bunch of other people need to be in there checking it out because honestly of the fraud. Now, like I said, some of these folks that got here were given the driver's license and the Social Security number. I do not blame them directly. But them people who passed them out, them people who allowed it, those people need to be tried for treason. Those people need to be hung out to dry. You know what I mean? They need to be prosecuted, whoever them are. So with that said, it's 20 after, and it's a real 20. So my dear friends, I love you. It feels good to be back. Oh, what was that? It feels good to be back. And what the hell is that? Celebrate 50 years of Microsoft. Oh, hell no. 50 years? I've been using Microsoft for 50 years? No shit. Oh my God. What? Thanks for, oh man, I'm Chloe and Scotty. I love hanging out with y'all. I do. I do. And you know what, Chloe? You did not remind me to take my meds, and I forgot. So to take my meds. But it's been 3 hours and 52 minutes, and it looks like a 20 to me. So now, for those of you who've listened to Cliff High over the years, last year or so, it's been a while back, because he was projecting into this year some of the long-term things that were being seen. And so with some of these long-term predictions, it was that if there is some kind of reset, there's going to be some kind of bump in the financial realm. Didn't know what it was, just going to be in financial something, right? So it's going to be it wasn't going to be a hefty bump, but it was going to be significant. We're going to notice it. So here we are in April of 25, and he was saying on down into April or May, and maybe even into June, which is like right now, that there was going to be a significant bump in economy and things and stuff, right? Didn't know, it just saw the bump, right? So here we are, and here's the bump. It's the tariffs. Now, what's the tariffs going to do? The tariffs are making everybody think about who's getting what. And well, here's Thailand getting 90%. Here's this country getting 70%. Here's this country who won't even let us in, gets 90%. Here's this country over here. We didn't even know we had a country over there, but they're charging us 70%. Wait. So all he's saying and has been saying for quite a long time, everybody else just needs to pay their, listen to the word, to pay their what? Fair share. Okay, here we are. Here's the bump in the road. Who wants to pay out yonder? Who wants to pay their fair share? Or do they want to take their cookies home and play? You know what I mean? Or do you want to go, well, you know what, I don't know. I know we've been charging you 50% here for a long time. Maybe we should charge you 10. Oh, really? Only 10? Well, that's better. You cut it by 40 points. Okay, that we'll consider that, but we're still going to charge you 5%. I know you got away with nothing before, but you owe us. All them years you got away with nothing, you owe us. It's going to be 5%. We could charge you 10, but we're going to be nice. 5%. But you're going to pay us back for all the years you got by free. So try not to be rude. You only cut yours by 40%. So, you know, which is nice. But see, that's where the negotiations start going back. And that's where we are right now. It's lovely to see these people play this hoppy, skippy jump. It's like jumping rope and stuff, jumping from box to box. Try to see where the monster is. But so with that said, you can't you got to let it play out. You got to sit back in your chair. I can't eat popcorn. I don't have any teeth. Dang it. But I can pretend. So sit back and enjoy your favorite and watch these nations, these clowns, bounce around for the next 6 months. And you go, well, the next 6 months, here's the thing that Cliff discussed. He said there's going to be a bounce bump thing in the late spring or, into spring. And whatever it jostles, because he didn't know, whatever it wakes up, whatever it does, it's going to take 6 to 9 months for this to settle down once this thing has started. Okay. So now all this time I'm watching this, what's going on now, right? I'm keeping an eye, I'm watching it. Oh, really? So that's interesting. So remember that thing about the bump? Here we are. This is what's sort of kicking all these other things? Well, it's not a bad thing that maybe for other countries, and some folks are going to suffer until things adjust. I mean, I don't think tariffs have anything to do with what I talked about, the price of dog food, for crying out loud. So, but at the same time, wait a minute. So everything's going to have to shake out. The United States has been through a traumatic ordeal with the COVID thing and all of that, the mask, blah, all of that and all the above and what the Bidens did. We have been through a terrifying ordeal. So it cannot be fixed in 2 months. It can't be fixed in 6 months. 9 months looks like a good start, which is like towards the end of the year, like Thanksgiving and, Christmas this year, that things really start to settle down and start being right again. Well, that's what Cliff said basically a year and a half ago. A year ago, but he did say something even longer back. But yeah, so I've known for 20, for me, he put out these hints about, 2025, these little bumps, these little things, and the duration of some of the stuff that's in it out there running around in the quantum. So I say, here we are. So that's maybe why I'm so calm and being patient, because I don't have a big dog in this fight, but I would like to have more Social Security. Um, I don't think that my Social Security is in danger like all these other people are. I'm rooting that they find this 10 to 20 million that got free Social Security numbers. And they can find them too. Why? Because they handed out so many during this period of time. And the computer will show in this period of time that Social Security handed out this many cards. Social Security. Anyway, numbers. So then they can say, well, wait a minute. What was the first number in the list of those cards that were given out? How many cards you give out? We gave 10,000 away on Tuesday. Okay. What was the first number of that, of the first one? 09066, blah, 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 blah. Okay. So now you give out, that many of them. What was the last number of the cards you just handed out? And it was blah, 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 blah. Okay. So you know the beginning and the end simply because of the reference numbers. And the computers ain't that stupid. So they can track that down, those numbers. And in so doing, okay, now who were they given to? Now this is where people are going, you're looking at our personal information. Well, if you received one of these cards in this time, now there's going to be legitimate people that are citizens who may have gotten a number during that time. But I would bet you that whoever was giving out those numbers took a block of numbers, or they were given a block of numbers. Like you get from 3005 to 4010, and all the numbers in between, that's your block of numbers. Go have at it. Give whoever you want, however, but those are your numbers. When you run out, the numbers come back. We'll give you some more. And that's probably what they did, because that's how they do it. So they've got these numbers out there, so the cards. So now all they got to do is run their little algorithms to say, okay, these were given out, there were 10,000 of them given out in like a week. Where'd they go? Well, they tracked the numbers to that place in Ohio that was eating dogs. Oh, really? Okay. So, but now you know where the cards went. You may not know exactly who got them, but you know where they went, right? Because somebody wanted them to go to these people that they were delivering there, okay? Because then they could get their driver's license too. So they had this stuff pre-planned. So now, who pre-planned it? Who are the people who knowingly drove these illegals to a town and dropped them off? Did you know that these were illegals? Yeah. But I needed the work. Okay. But I needed the work. You couldn't have said something. You got 50 illegal migrant folks going to Ohio in the middle of winter, and you're driving them there, courtesy of Uncle Sam. And you hadn't thought to maybe ask somebody, or maybe tell somebody that you're delivering 50 men, rough looking guys, to some town in Ohio? Wait a minute. No, I need my job. Well, but you've taken 3 busloads there. Yeah, I know. One was enough, don't you think? Well, I don't know. I needed the money, man. I needed the money, man. Okay. So now we've got all these illegals in all these towns because the people driving the buses and the airplanes needed the money. Flat and simple. They needed the money. So do you prosecute the bus drivers? Nah. I would haul them bus drivers in and wag my finger at them real damn good. But then who told the bus drivers where to go, where to pick up, what to do? Who told them? Now they were really in the mix. Those people need to get pulled in. Who told you? You're the ramrod here. You're the manager. You told this bus and that bus and that bus to go pick up 150 people and to deliver them to there. Who told you that? Well, it was somebody up in Washington, D.C. Fine. Who told you to do that? Who gave you the information? Well, it was, Dr. Jill Biden. Really? Oh, okay. So now you got a paper trail of sorts. Now you can prosecute the ones who really need to get prosecuted because there are people who told them what to do. But nobody got hurt. Nobody was, I needed the money. Okay, calm down. You needed the money, but you still did it. It's okay. It's okay. But we need to know who told you. Now squeal. Squeal. Okay. So my dear friends, 4 hours and 6 minutes. I'm back. I love you. I do. I do. I do. Please, if you've listened this far in and you're not just absolutely crazy yet, please don't freak out with some of these folks. You got to let, as Cliff has said in a couple of other things, there's going to be bumps and it's going to take a little while for things to settle out. They want to bring in crypto as another currency for the United States, other than the fiat dollar of, the Federal Reserve note, which only belongs to the Federal Reserve. It's nothing. So Trump wants to start a crypto kind of thing that would actually have value. And it would be like the United States crypto thingy, like, whatever it was going to be called. But so people could actually invest in it, and that they could. But anyway, so, but these things take time to shake out, right? Thank you, Chloe. These things take time to shake out, and we need to just let it shake out. Oh, the market dropped today. Okay. After all the years of the market dropping, it's always come back up. Sometimes it's taken a little longer for it to happen, but it's always come back up. So just, take it easy, don't panic. The cards say the same thing. Don't panic. Go sit on a lily pad and watch the parade. Just quit freaking out. So, with that said, my dear friends, have a good Wednesday. I go to therapy this afternoon at 1:30, so I got exercises to do. And I appreciate y'all hanging out with me. It's always a blast. I'm sorry that it's taken, 2 weeks to get back. But I should be through with this cold in my chest. Hopefully, soon, soon, soon. And I'm back. I do want to do a video of my new vehicle, though, and my new scooter, Rosie and Scooter. you know. So, my dear friends, have a great Monday. Cheers. Please be safe. and I will see you next time. Thank you for hanging out with me. And as always, I love you.